Was making tea, got distracted. Give me 1 sec to set up. Come on. Oh, look, I'm massive. I'm a big boy now. Look at me, guys. Look at me. I got so many subscribers, my head's too big. It's in the clouds. It tends to happen sometimes when I set up the camera and then it like upscales. Okay. My girlfriend in the school bag part 4. Mommy, what is going on? What is going on? You getting caught up in your feelings? You getting caught up in your feelings? Can we stay like this just a little longer? Huh? What? What's going on? Look at the cute, beautiful angel. Wait, what? Stay like this. Like this. Like this. Dude, that's hilarious. Close the door. What did I say? It was close the door. Why? Just do it. It's hard to move like this. I'll let go for a sec. Close it. Bruh. Now look at it. Now look at this out of context. Now look at this out of context. She let go for a second and then proceeded to grab him with both hands. Those guys were hitting on me earlier. I don't want to deal with them seeing me. Gosh, she's so close. Seriously, what's going on? We've never been this close, not even when we were dating. Why did she ask to stay like this a little longer? Could she be trying to seduce me? Oh, Kazuya. Oh, Kazuya. No, don't be stupid. She doesn't have any reason to do that. But the position we're in is absolutely nuts. She smells so good, and we're touching everywhere. Her body is small and slender. Gah. Oh, look. What are we getting? What are we getting? What's happening? His guilt kicks in the moment he starts feeling sexual desires, and then it goes back down. Or no, it doesn't go back down. He's just okay, it doesn't go back down, but he remembers what happened with Ruka and he hesitates. Well, what's up, Mommy-chan? Why are you doing this? The inside of the car is kind of erotic, huh? It's like a private room and quiet. I wonder if there are couples who kiss this way in a place like this. Hey, Kazuya, it's almost like your first guess was on the goddamn mark. There definitely are. The situation is a little different, though. Oh, look, we're also nodding back to when Chizuru kissed him in the car. It's almost like this is all just one big simulation. But what are we even doing? What are we even talking about? Kissing? Why is she saying this so close to me? She must actually be seducing me. We can't. I'm in love with Mizuhara. Okay. It's the Ruka thing all over again. It's the Ruka thing all over again. He gets this physically close to her, and then he says it. He gets this physically close to her, and then he says it. The way Reiji draws Mami here is so fascinating. The way Reiji draws Mami here is so fascinating. Look at like it's the static effect being used for the shadows. At first, I wanted to make you two split up. She admits it. What did I say? She fucking admits it. What did I say, motherfuckers? I said she would make him. I said last week, Mommy would admit it. She would admit what she was trying to do. At first, I wanted to make you two split up. Huh? When I saw you with a cute girlfriend, it annoyed me. Even more so after I found out she was a rental girlfriend. But she told me something at Hawaiian. She said it was weird for me to be so obsessed. Mizuhara said that I must be feeling something, otherwise I wouldn't go so far. Does that mean? Hey, what do you think? Do I still love you, Kazu-kun? Whoa, what a shot. Okay, bro, this shot is amazing. This visual shot is fucking godlike. Reiji went. You have to understand. Let me fucking sell you for this. Reiji went out of his way to get this particular camera shot. This is a real car. He got into an actual real car and made sure he took this specific camera shot to use specifically for this panel. Okay? This shot, like, look at how blind it is. You don't see them. Look at this. You literally don't see them. What do you see? What do you see? You see how Mami said, I'm sorry, there's another guy I like. But do you see Mami's love anywhere in this picture? Right? In this picture, God, there's a hair in my mouth. Do you see them? Do you see their love anywhere in this picture? You see a glimmer of it, a little tiny piece of it. A little tiny piece of it. But do you actually see their love anywhere in this picture? Really? It's so funny. Does she even know if she is in love? Wait. Oh, God. Chizuru's selling the house. Who the fuck is this guy? And oh, God, Chizuru's selling the house. Oh, God. Oh, God. Chizuru's selling the house. She did say it was only on hold. She did say it was only on hold. They left, and now she's selling the house. This thing we had such a special time in. This thing we had such a special time in is now gone. She's about to sell it. Wow. Reiji takes a literal physical space that Mami and Kazuya are having a special time in, and then he takes something you actually had a special time in. He takes something you actually gave a shit about, and he's like, ayo, she's gonna sell it. Now, what were we setting up prior to this? Chizuru was ready to, like, actually get the home back together and, like, actually live in it again. Do you guys remember that? Do you remember when Chizuru brought all of her clothes and she moved them into the house? She was getting ready to live back in this house again. And now she's getting ready to sell it. The teaser for next time, according to the spoilers, is anpan, a traditional Japanese sweet roll bun. That sounds like something Chizuru might make. But for now, let me send it to Crumpy. We'll start with that. Come on. Take your sweet time. Yeah, so no, I came to this weird realization just yesterday. I came to this really weird realization just yesterday. I think there's something I didn't quite notice about this. And the reason I came to this realization is because I saw some, wait, what the fuck? Wait, what just happened? Oh my God, do they have the censorship here thing too? Wait. Pack it up, go home, you're through. Bruh. Pack it up, go home, you're through. Jesus Christ, man. Wait, what do you see Chizuru doing? Packing it all up. What are we seeing Chizuru doing? She's packing it all up. Oh, God, man. Wow, this chapter hit a lot harder than I expected. Okay, what happened in this chapter? Oh, look, another revelation about you, something you think you understand and how it's going to play out, and it plays out completely differently. What I've come to realize that Reiji is doing with this arc, and I saw this through some people talking about Better Call Saul, and it reminded me of like, oh shit, yeah, that. In Better Call Saul, you start with Jimmy, who's actually like Better Call Saul. And everyone's like, I want Saul already. I want Saul already. And then when you eventually start getting Saul, you're like, fuck, I kind of miss Jimmy. Because Saul sucks. And that's essentially kind of where we are. Reiji is doing this amazing contrast where for the longest time I couldn't figure out, like, I'm constantly being engaged by these chapters, but but he's intentionally leveraging a narrative idea of stalling. So I'm like, wait, so why am I being so engaged? Why is this so interesting to me? Because like I am being engaged. Like I'm not like making shit up to myself. I'm like, no, I'm actually interested in this. Why am I still engaging with this? And it's because on one hand, while Reiji is doing this theme of stalling with Kazuya, is sweet red bean bun. Chizuru made this exact thing before. Chizuru made this exact thing before that the thing you're talking about, Chizuru made that. So the teaser for next time, Chizuru made that exact same thing. In particular, she takes it to Grandma Sayuri's grave. She does it multiple times. So I'll show you guys that in just a second. But let me finish my thoughts. So the thing that I've noticed that Reiji's doing is essentially having stalling and destruction. And this destruction takes place in many fucking forms. In particular, Kazuya's relationships and everything around him is literally shattering and being destroyed. Our perception as readers is literally being destroyed. So, for instance, here's Kazuya essentially re-experiencing this same thing he did with Ruka with Mami now. Same exact thing. And he knows the truth, and he knows what it is, and so does Mami. And yet, all Mami seemingly cares about is her love, not the destruction that she has wrought. Mami and Ruka have a commonality. Both of them don't know how much they've hurt Kazuya. And yet here they are, just kind of trying to get into a relationship with him. And ironically, it's this, and Kazuya doesn't perceive it this way either because he doesn't blame himself. Now flip it over to Chizuru. Kazuya is trying to get into a relationship with Chizuru, and he doesn't realize nearly how much pain he's caused her, how much destruction, how much he's hurt her. Just as Mami and Ruka don't realize how much they've hurt Kazuya. Right? So, now, what are we seeing? Chizuru's moving out, right? Chizuru was already going to do this, right? She already said she was going to do this. She already told Kazuya she was planning to empty the house out, clean it out, and sell it. She was already planning to sell the house. Okay, so we already knew this was going to happen, but she put it on hold when Kazuya and Minnie moved in with her. Right? So now they're about to lose this place that they shared this entire time in. Right? The chapter, we have spent 100 plus, like this place, we spent 100 plus chapters in this place. It literally feels like home. And now we're about to lose it. Why? Because Kazuya and Minnie are dipshits. Because they didn't value what they had. So now we're going to lose this place. Oh, look, it's the thing I was saying before. Do you guys remember the thing where it's like Kazuya and Minnie are not going to learn what it means to have this thing until they're going to fucking lose it? And why? Why am I saying this? Because Reiji has been saying this whole thing about, every reader has been saying this whole thing about Chizuru. They're like, oh, Chizuru's not going to realize what she has until she loses it. Except Chizuru has constantly suffered from loss. All she's ever known is loss. She knows exactly what it means to lose. She knows this shit too well. She's the one who rejected him, not the other way around. He's the one who can't reject her. And now what do we see? Kazuya is in a position where he doesn't reject Mami. He just tells her, I'm in love with Chizuru. That's not rejecting Mami. Okay, so this is where we come into problem one. Hey, you know how Kazuya keeps telling all these girls, okay, I'm in love with this other person? That's not rejection. You're not rejecting them. You need to shut them the fuck down. But selling a home is going to take a while for it to be done. That's the thing, is like I could see a possibility where the home doesn't get sold. Where basically it gets really close to being sold, and Kazuya realizes what that means, and everyone around Chizuru is like, no, don't do that. I think that would be really interesting. I think we're going to get really close to selling the home. Maybe we won't. I think we're just going to get really close to selling the home. We're not going to. That's just my guess. Is this why Chizuru had to go to the bank to sell the house? Interesting. Oh, look, we were right about that too. We came to that exact theory, right? We were right about that too. We came to that exact theory. Suddenly, that makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? Right? Chizuru mentioned going to the bank during the date. That might have been exactly why. She was going to sell the house. Okay, so the red bean paste bun. So we can see this in a few different chapters. Oh, sorry. Whoops, I closed you guys. Oops. Bring you back real quick. So we can see the teaser for next time in a lot of different chapters. One such case is chapter 318. We also see it in chapter 324 or 325. Okay, so Kazuya walks out on Chizuru. Kazuya says he wants some water. What does Chizuru say? She says there's something wrong. Let's see. Where's Chizuru say she's working on the red bean paste? Ugh, this sucks. The neighbor Tamagi-san gave me some azuku beans. I was going to make bean porridge. Okay, apparently her husband's family home is an azuku bean farm. Okay, yeah, you don't catch any of this stuff. Kazuya's busy looking at her leg. They give me quite a bit every year. But the beans soil quickly after they're boiled, so I need to be careful. I think I'm done over here. Kazuya slips, makes a bigger mess. Okay. Son of a mother. Son of a mother. Come on, work with me here. Okay, 324 or 325. Let's see. I think it's 24. Yeah, I think it's 24. Okay, Chizuru goes to the family grave, cleans it. Red bean mochi. Red bean mochi. Right. Is this the thing? Is this how it's written? Is this the thing? Is this how it's written? Because I'm pretty sure this is the thing Chizuru always brings to her grandparents. This seems like it was the thing that Chizuru always brings to her parents. It seemed like a really short chapter. It is a short chapter because there isn't a whole lot of dialogue. What's going on in the actual chapter is not short. So think of it like this. It's a very short chapter contrasted by the deep history between Kazuya and Mami. This chapter is built on all of that history. Last chapter completely foreshadowed that. The last chapter completely foreshadowed and built on this idea of this entire history between these two characters. There's a deep, deep history. So how short the chapter is contrasted by how deep it is. Like there's a lot to unpack underneath everything. So like on the surface, it's really short. But then you dig into it and suddenly it's a lot deeper than it looks. Those last few pages with Chizuru alone have so much fucking history and depth that unpacking them is like a fucking wild ride. Just unpacking the last few pages is a wild ride. Now imagine Kazuya and Mami's history. And like think about all that shit, right? So here's Mami. Like I think it's such a brilliant fucking idea. I think it's such a brilliant fucking idea from Reiji to have Mami specifically ask Kazuya, what do you think? Do I love you, Kazuya-kun? Contrasted by this shot where she treats him like shit. Hey, you remember how Mami broke up with Kazuya in a very cruel and heinous fucking way? Does she love him? Is this constituted as love? Look at this. Yeah, look at this shit. Do I still love you, Kazi-kun? Sure fucking didn't feel like you loved him in chapter 1 or chapter 2 or chapter God knows how fucking many. Sure didn't fucking feel like it. Sure didn't fucking feel like it. Right? This contrast is incredibly intentional. Intentionally calling back to chapter 1. Hey, sure as fuck doesn't feel like she loves him. Sure as fuck doesn't feel like she loves him. It feels like this is something way more. And this is what I've said before many times in the past. Mami does not want love. Mami wants freedom. Mami wants the freedom to love. She does not want love. Love is an escapism for Mami. That's the thing. Love is merely an escapism for Mami. If she dates Kazuya now, she's just going to end up where she did before. That's it. She's just going to end up where she did before. Nothing is going to change. She's just going to loop back to where she did. Whereas you cut to Chizuru, she's actually making a change. A change you may not like. She's about to sell this house that we've spent the 100+ chapters in the past. Right? This house that we spent so much fucking time in, she's about to fucking sell it. This place was our sanctuary. Next chapter is the final chapter of the volume. Get ready for a fucking cliffhanger, dude. Get ready for a goddamn cliffhanger, dude. Right? It is required more for Ruka than Mami, I guess. What does that mean? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Okay. So I'm going to drink some tea. I'm starting to get a little hungry. I left the spoon that I put the sugar in here. This is a bad habit of mine. Now you guys know. Now you guys know one of my failures as a person. I leave the spoon in. I have this tendency to just leave the fucking spoon in. It's quite a. Now you're gonna see my other failing. I use my glasses to drink while this thing just leans on the glasses, so I don't have to take it out. And now you know my other failing. Damn, Mami's outfit kind of cooking. But look at that. Look at that. She's such an angel. Her saying, I love you is like her saying, it makes you feel like you're home. And then what's happening to your actual home? Right? Kazuya returns to his origins. Right? What do you see? There's a very fitting contrast being struck here. Whereas Kazuya literally returns to his origins, in Mami, we see Chizuru selling her origins. Literally giving it away. Right? So, this is very fitting. Whereas Kazuya is literally like this close to Mami and is unable to let go, what are you seeing Chizuru do? She's letting go. Who's the one with attachment issues? Who's the one with abandonment issues? Right? You have a very intentional emphasis on the emptiness of the home. Empty, 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 empty. She emptied it out. Every memory, every feeling, everything, removed it, emptied it out. There's a hole where something was. Now look at Mami. Are her words just empty? They are filling the inside of this car. They close the door and this car is occupied. And yet, doesn't this all feel pretty fucking empty? Doesn't this feel all pretty fucking empty? So, that, I think, is the underlying theme of this chapter. Mami's words intentionally parallel Chizuru's. She tells Kazuya to close the door, exactly like Chizuru does. Right? But what happens with Chizuru when Chizuru tells Kazuya to close the door? Right? Let's go to that really fast. When Chizuru tells Kazuya to close the door, you get a whole ass panel of it. When Mami tells Kazuya to close the door, it's small. It's this really small thing that seemingly doesn't matter. And what does Mami say? Right? The only reason she wants to close the door is because these guys were harassing her. Apparently. Apparently. I don't want to deal with these guys seeing me like this. Now, look at Chizuru. When she is trapped in a very similar situation, she closes the door. She doesn't make Kazuya close the door. She closes the door. You remember that. The only time... There's two intentional contrasting sequences to this scene. There's two intentional contrasting sequences to this scene. One. Actually, three. There's three of them. Sorry. There's three intentional contrasting sequences to this scene. Again, this is what I mean about history. This is exactly what I mean about history. One. Chizuru goes to Kazuya's home intentionally. Not by accident, intentionally. And tells him to close the door. She intentionally goes to his home, knowing full well he loves her and what could happen, and she says, close the door. Do you think Chizuru's stupid? Many would tell you Chizuru's just a dum-dum. She doesn't know what she's doing. She doesn't realize she just walked into a boy's home and that boy might try to do something. You think Chizuru doesn't know how fucking horny this idiot is? No, seriously. She's seen it firsthand. She knows exactly how horny he is, and she willingly walked into his home and said, close the door. Okay, that's one. Right? That's one. You have two. 248. Oh, look. Pretty similar sequence. All hail, Mami. Jaws, I love you, but you blind as fuck, bro. Jaws, I love you, but you blind as fuck, bro. Jaws, I love you, but you blind as fuck, bro. You're getting what you want as a Mami fan. Don't get me wrong. You're absolutely getting exactly what you want as a Mami fan. I get that. But that's intentionally contrasted by the chapter itself and what it's trying to depict. Jaws is in denial. Let him be happy. I don't think he's in denial. If you're a Mami fan, you're absolutely feasting in this chapter. If you're a Mami fan, you're absolutely feasting in this chapter. Don't get me wrong. I do think so. I do absolutely think so. If you're a Mami fan, you're fucking feasting this chapter. You are getting a great fucking time. Anyways, let me continue. Chizuru, having gone into Kazuya's house and told him to close the door, here's Chizuru in her house with him alone at night, and he's on top of her, and she just said, wait. And Chizuru does something a little different. She has the same exact question as Mami. Do I love him? And she lets go. Even if she does and doesn't, she doesn't make him do anything. Right? She doesn't make him do anything. Mami makes him close the door. Mami holds him close and literally admits to trying to seduce him. Chizuru lets him go. I'm not trying to do any of that stuff. I'm not trying to force you into anything. Okay? Mami knows that if she does this, Kazuya will stick around. Why? Because Mami is a manipulator. Even in this moment, she's doing it without even fucking realizing. And then finally, there's one last one. $274. Oh, look. Oh, look. Chizuru mentioned this exact lady by name when we were looking at the red bean mochi. She mentioned this exact lady by name. Her name is Tamagi-san. And she shows up, and she's a gossiper. And what does Chizuru do? Chizuru closes the door. I'd rather not be seen like this and be fodder for some bullshit story. Hey, it's almost like Chizuru knows exactly what people will think and what people will say. Okay? Damn, look at Kazuya's booty. Damn, Reishi, look at Kazuya's booty here. What happens? They're trapped in a room together. But Chizuru didn't make Kazuya stay here. Right? In fact, she felt sorry after. In many ways, Kazuya did this entire sequence to himself. And now, what happens, right? What does Chizuru do? You're seeing a lot of the difference between selfishness and selflessness. Mami is incredibly selfish in her approach. Chizuru, knowing she locked Kazuya in here, tells it, and noticing that he can hold on, says, it's fine, you can lean on me. Right? She's not ready. She doesn't have her answer. She sees him struggling, and she's like, fuck it. I'm gonna sacrifice for him. Even though I feel a lot, and I hate myself for feeling this way, I'm gonna do it for him. So, oh look, there's an intentional comparison between Ruka, Chizuru, and Mami. And both Ruka and Mami seemingly pick a very selfish and destructive option. Whereas Chizuru, what does Chizuru do? Chizuru's the only one who constantly puts him first despite what she desires. Right? Now look at this. Intentionally seductive. And then you go to Chizuru. Chizuru doesn't lift her hand once, and she doesn't try to do anything. Not because she doesn't want to. I think this is what's going to happen. You're going to fall into the trap of inductive reasoning, where you're going to think, oh, Chizuru must not want to. Bitch, do you hear her heartbeat? The heartbeat is intentionally leveraged here. You hear her heartbeat. Now, you cut to Mami and Kazuya, and what's it look like? Whole lot of seduction happening here. So whereas Ruka can't really seduce Kazuya and makes him freeze, Mami is the actual temptress. We are under the false premise that Ruka is the temptress. Ruka is not the temptress. Kazuya literally freezes and cannot move. It feels good, but he's literally being assaulted. Who's the actual temptress? It's Mami. It's always been Mami. Right? This sure is tempting. He's in the position of power. He's the one on top of her. She's the one holding on to him. She's the one in a very vulnerable position. Right? What is this? What is this? And I think people will not recognize what this is. What this is pretty simple. This is an abuser using the position of a victim. And it's a very common thing these days. This is literally an abuser using the position of a victim. Mami intentionally is placed in a position of a victim. And she talks like a victim. But the story's actively trying to remind you, ayo, she's the fucking abuser. Ayo, she literally admits to it. I wanted to make you two split up. She literally admits to sabotaging Kazuya and Chizuru's fucking relationship. To his face. And what does Kazuya do? Right? What does Kazuya do? His only takeaway that we've seen so far, we don't really know much, right? She must love him. Kazuya literally hears the shit Mami's been doing in his sole takeaway. So far, we don't know what he's going to say afterwards. I don't know what he's going to say next chapter. I don't know if he's going to actually fucking think about it. I think Kazuya's probably going to disassociate. I think Kazuya's going to disassociate, and he's just going to hear what he wants to hear. AKA, oh, she likes me. That's what he's going to hear. That's what he's going to hear. That she likes me. Because that's all that Kazuya cares about. Is literally being valued and cared about as someone else. Okay? So, you look at this, and Mami's literally utilizing the thing victims do. And this is the thing. Mami is an intentional parallel of Kazuya. Mami is a victim, and she's victimizing herself. So she's literally an abuser and a victim. She's both. She's literally doing both, right? And there's a common thing that's happened today in modern society that I talked about last stream, I believe, where what's been happening recently is because we've started listening to victims. A lot of predators in our society, what they've started doing is like, okay, we're listening to victims. I'll use victim language to make you feel like you're the bad person. And they'll do this a lot. It's a very common thing. A lot of people will be like, you made me feel this way. You are the problem. And now it's becoming a little more complicated and nuanced, where people are starting to do is kind of similar to what Mami does, where Mami is the abuser. She's disassociating from her horrible actions, and she's placing herself in the victim position, not realizing she knows she's a victim, and she could do something about that, but instead, she's willingly letting herself be a victim. In so doing, she's victimizing herself, knowing full well, yeah, I'm a victim, but I'm also an abuser. And that's the thing. Mami does not realize how much she's hurt him. So again, what are you seeing here? You're seeing the abuser being placed in the position of the victim. And she's using that. This entire chapter is challenging your perceptions of just like, it's literally doing the exact same thing as Ruka in reverse. It's literally the same exact thing as Ruka in reverse. With Ruka, Ruka is on top of him. Ruka is on top of Kazuya, and the chapter questions you, who's the victim? The chapter makes you question, who's the victim in this picture? This chapter, who's the one in power? Right? You look at this, who's the one in power? Sure looks like Kazuya, right? Doesn't it look like Kazuya is the one in the position of power here? Yet who's seemingly in control? That's the difference. That's the difference between Ruka and Mami. Ruka is a very physical character. She physically takes control. Mami is a very emotional character. She emotionally manipulates you into doing the thing she wants you to do. And even when she looks like she's not doing it, she's literally doing it. Even when she's seemingly not trying to do that, she's literally doing it. I don't feel like Mami's doing anything wrong, to be honest. Did we forget the part where she emotionally abused him? And literally tried to tear his family to fucking pieces? And now she thinks she can just do that? This isn't love and war. This is an abuser talking to her victim and treating him like he's the one who, gets the choice to decide her feelings for her. What is Mami doing? She's literally leaving her feelings to Kazuya. She's not deciding for herself. She's like, decide for me. When she was the one who turned him down and rejected him and tried to destroy his relationships and openly admitted to it. She openly admits to being his abuser. And then just acts like, ayo, yeah, it's no big deal. This is just love. If Mami hadn't done any of the heinous shit she did, yeah, your statement would stand. But every word she says rings hollow. Because she has been spending this whole time abusing him. If she told him this before saying, I love you or any of this stuff, before she said any of this stuff, if she admitted to hurting him, like to what she did, not just I tried to split you up, she's already started to admit to it. But under the guise that she might love him. She didn't admit to everything she did. Now let's rephrase this a little bit. Hey, so Kazuya, I said a lot of shit behind your back to Chizuru. I gaslit and manipulated Chizuru the entire arc. Yeah, that girl that you just told me you loved, I've been going after her this whole fucking time. This whole time. Yeah, for the past 2 fucking years, I've been planning and going after her non-fucking stop. So, do you think I love you? Is this me loving you? Or am I just a vindictive monster? The answer is in between. But, doesn't change anything. She didn't tell him the full truth. She only told him the part that she did that stuff. So, this relationship will never fucking last. Because the moment Kazuya finds out, well, if you're that manipulative and you're that destructive about it, And you've been actively hurting me while claiming to love me. Is that really love? This isn't love. This relationship is doomed before it ever fucking starts. This relationship is doomed before it ever fucking starts because Mami's not acting from love. She was never acting from love. She's acting from a desire. Desire is not love. Those are two different things. Because Mami never ever considered Kazuya's feelings in all the actions that she was taking. She never fucking did. She kind of cared about him a little bit, sure, but she projected her own feelings onto him for most of the fucking arcs throughout the entire manga. So it raises the question, did she ever actually care about him? Let's go through her reasoning for the breakup. Okay, we know Mami's backstory. Mami might have broken up with Kazuya because of her family circumstances. She caused some feelings, so she broke up with him. Okay, why the fuck did you even bother dating him if you could never be serious about him, knowing full well how serious he is? Why even bother doing that? Why lead him on? Oh, look, did you see my language there? She led him on. Why give him hope at all if you're not serious about him? Oh, look, she did the one thing Chizuru refused to fucking do. This relationship is doomed. It's not love and... when you say stupid shit like all's fair in love and war, no, love is not a fucking war. Love is not a fight. Love is not a conflict. That's idiotic. That's not what love is. Love is who you're going to spend your life with, dude. Love is who you want to share your life with. It's not a fucking fight to see who deserves to be with this other fucking person. That's idiotic. That's nonsense. That's why I fucking hate that plot point in storytelling. That's not what love is. I don't want some girls fucking fighting over me to see who I end up with. It's not about who I end up with. It's not a fucking football game. I don't give a shit about that. Nobody's considering what Kazuya wants. Hey, yo, who do you want to spend your life with? That's it. That's what love is. Decide. Who do you want to spend your life with? Nobody's saying that. Everyone's just saying all is fair as love and war. That is so fucking stupid. It's childish. No, cool. The girls are going to fight over you, whatever. Someone's going to do this, someone's going to do that. Seriously, none of that matters. You just consider, are you happy? Are they happy? Can you make this person happy? Can they make you happy? Are you going to share your time together? Can you give to this other person? Or are you going to spend your entire time fighting over this person? Or are you going to be fucking serious about it? Kaguya-sama getting straight. It's because Kaguya-sama has a lot of stupid bullshit, okay? But the thing is, even Kaguya-sama realizes that a huge portion of the story is that that fighting is dumb. That's the whole point of season 4. Their fighting is how they got closer, but their fighting is also how they express their love. That's what you don't realize. So, for instance, girls fighting over a guy could theoretically express their love, but if the whole point of that just kind of misses the point where they're just kind of arguing and bitching and like not actually spending time with a person, then it doesn't fucking matter. That's kind of what Reiji's criticizing, is like, are you actually spending time with this person? Oh, look, has Mami been here for the past 200 plus chapters? Where the fuck has Mami been? God fucking nowhere. Who has he actually been spending time with? Chizuru and Minnie. Mami's been nowhere around. Why the fuck should he be in a relationship with her? He's clearly fine without her. What is she going to do to make his life better? Why have her in his life? Right? Now I'm talking like she's just a provider, right? Now I'm talking with the provider mentality, right? Except, what is Mami gonna do for Kazuya's life? And like in seriousness, like that is something you do have to consider when getting into someone's life. Like, okay, you want to be with them, that's great. Do you make them happy? Are you part of their life? Do you enjoy their presence? Do they enjoy your presence? Has Kazuya shown that he actually enjoys Mami's presence other than his desire for her? Not really. He seemingly doesn't care or think about her at all. If anything, every time Mami showed up, it seemingly left Kazuya confused, bewildered, and kind of lost in his emotions. And then he gets over her and moves on. So does Kazuya actually love Mami? Does she even love him? She's so busy thinking about her feelings, she's not even considering his at all. And here she is asking him, do I love you? Instead of asking him, are you, like she already knows, like, okay, you're in love with Chizuru. What does it matter if you love him then? Right? So she asks him, like, about this thing. She's trying to seduce him. He tells her, I love Chizuru. Okay, that's it then. Let go of your feelings. Express your feelings to him. Let it go. Move on. Why the fuck are you still holding on to him? Do I still love you, Kazi-kun? But I don't know, do you? My point is, Mami's no longer doing something morally wrong. She was prior to the end of Byrd. She still is. I'm surprised you don't see how she's still doing something morally wrong. She absolutely is. I'm surprised you don't see that. She literally is. Mami has not made up for anything that she did. She's literally in a position of power. Okay. Since you don't seem to believe me, let me show you literal evidence how Mami is literally still doing something wrong. Like, straight up. This is just straight up evidence. Kazi and Mami meet up, chapter 263. I should apologize to her from the bottom of my heart. I'm sorry for everything. You're probably tired of my apologies too. Should he be the one apologizing? So now Mami has all of the things that she did completely absolved. Who's in a position of power here? Who has a power dynamic in this relationship? Who knows what they did in this relationship and is not admitting it? She has leverage he could never know about. He thinks he wronged her, and that echoes throughout these entire chapters. He still thinks he did something wrong while she doesn't look like she's done anything wrong. She's literally intentionally placed in a position of a victim while being in a position of power. She is in control. She knows she's in control. She knows she's trying to seduce him, and she knows he feels guilty because he said it's his fault. And yet she uses that. So I'm raising a question to you. Is Mami doing something morally wrong here? Is Mami doing something morally wrong here? Or does this seem correct to you? Because they're not an even ground. She has way more power than he does. It just looks like he doesn't. She doesn't. She has way more power than he does. And you're intentionally being deceived by your own perceptions. And what chapter does this perfectly? The previous chapter. What does the previous chapter do? The previous chapter is a simulation. And what it does is it intentionally frames Mami like a waifu. Look at Mami freak out over here. Look at how innocent she looks. 2 seconds later, Kazuo is saying, wow, she's so in control. She's got this all together. And then 2 seconds later, she looks so cute and girly and adorable and innocent. What is this disguising? What is this disguising? It's disguising the fact that Mami has always done this. In fact, the cover of this chapter is a direct reference to the beach arc. Let's pull that up. Mami as an angel, in particular, kind of looking like Cupid. I'm going to go back a little bit. It's going to be like pretty early series. And there's a reason Reiji's intentionally nodding to the early parts of the series. There's a very particular reason he's intentionally nodding to the early parts of the series, because he's trying to remind you who these characters are and how they have not changed in a lot of ways. How they have changed in many ways, but a lot of it is surface level. A lot of these changes that you have desperately desired, that you think you're seeing, are merely surface level. And there's things that you're clearly blind to. There are things that are intentionally not changing. Okay, so is this the chapter? No. Okay, so it must be chapter 6. Oh my god, is it chapter 7 or chapter 6? I swear to God. Would you look at that? Look at our baby angel. Would you look at that? Look at our baby angel. Huh. What a coincidence. What a coincidence. Isn't that interesting? Huh. And oh, look, what does Reiji do? Before, she merely had frills and she was wearing a proper angel costume. What is going on with Mami's angel costume here? You can visibly see the seductive parts of her. You see the you see her abdomen here, right? You see the midriff. Attractive. What do you see here? You can intentionally see a little bit of her boobs peeking out. You can see a little bit into the armpits. What do you have in here? Oh, look. Her skirt is just low enough to tease you. It's almost like you're being seduced. Now, look at this opening page. Who is in a position of power here? Who is higher than the other person? Right? Look at how Mami is intentionally framed here. She's literally above him. Right? She's literally above him. She's literally placed above him. How do you even remember this panel? So I remember this panel in part because of the anime, because right in the anime, because remember, I started with the anime first, then I reread the manga. I seemingly remember the chapters based on how the anime presented season 1 for the most part, and then I reread season 1 just to make sure. So in that one, Kana Hirayama intentionally draws Mami with like an angel costume and does the thing. And in particular, Mami's entire thing has always been presented as a kind of angel. Now, what is interesting is how Mami's kind of depicted here. She intentionally kind of looks like Cupid. And look at her wings. The way Reiji draws her wings is they look cute and petite, but they also look like they're torn to pieces. Right? What's going on over here? Oh, fucking this shit. Okay, no, get out. Yeah, you can't hear me. Yeah, great. Get out. The same stupid this is why, dude, why is all of this account was made today, bro. Get out. Be gone. Unbelievable. Sorry, I like looked at like Twitch chat for 2 fucking seconds, and it's just the usual nonsense of someone trying to get my fucking attention so they can steal my data in some way, shape, or form. I got 2 things right from last stream. I guessed Mami was gonna drop something semi-big, and Kazuyo saying he loves Chizuru. Pretty much, we said the same thing. I said the same thing too. We got chapter 164, 146. 64. So in particular, the hidden chapter in this is chapter 7. So the chapter I just pulled up for you guys was chapter 7. Why is this relevant? Mami's entire number is 7. Mami's number is 7. And why does Kazuya think Mami is an angel here? Right? Even if I'm fine with it, they're going. This is when they're going to the beach. Even if I'm fine with it, I'm pretty sure Mami wouldn't want me there. Yeah, the senpais knew you would say something that they already tried asking her. I guess it's better if we don't invite Kazuya. Wouldn't it be nice if Kazuya brought his girlfriend along? Beach, I can't wait. Wait, she said that? Even though I said some weird shit to her, she's not angry at all? Huh. Isn't that weird? And then in this cover, Mami is playing Cupid, seemingly. But is she her own Cupid? Who's she trying to hit with that arrow? Because remember, what is the whole thing with Cupid? They hit you with an arrow, and whoever you're looking at, you fall in love with. At least I'm pretty sure that's how Cupid goes. Pretty sure that's how Cupid goes. I could be wrong. Let me double check. How does Cupid's arrow work? Essentially, golden-tipped arrows induce strong attraction to another. But how many how many a person needs to be hit with before they oh, okay. Oh my god, what? Whoa, 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 whoa. Eros is love itself. Without Eros, there is no love or desire. But mythology apparently follows the idea that Aphrodite and her children, the Erotos, impose love and desire in everyone's hearts, god and mortals. But you can have the will to resist, since there's a goddess that are totally immune to her, like Artemis, Athena, and Hestia. And the mortal Hippolytus was also able to resist any influence from her. You are in complete control of your actions. But basically, there's no separation between you feeling love or Eros hitting you with an arrow. But things are the same phenomenon. Yes, essentially, golden-tipped arrows induce strong attraction to another, but how many a person needs to be hit with before they outright R-word someone varies from person to person, as seen with Dionysus and Aura. Lead-tipped one inducing strong revulsion towards someone, as seen with certain versions of Daphne and Apollo's story. Hippolytus was a special case. I feel he was devotee to Artemis and Aphrodite, just to make his punishment as ironic and disgusting as possible. Okay, so golden-tipped arrows. How many arrows does Mami need to hit Kazuya with before he breaks? How many arrows does Mami need to hit Kazuya with before he gives in? And what is the entire cover of this chapter? Temptation. This is literally the temptation portion of the hero's journey. And the hero has no idea he's literally about to lose his home. Right? What do you see? Chizuru is literally emptying the home out. She's about to sell it. And he has no idea, as he's busy being in his old home. And what does Reiji emphasize here? Oh, look. He emphasizes Mami's armpit area. He emphasizes the skirt possibly peeking through. You see Mami's blushing face. All of it is temptation. Now, what do you see here? Oh, look, same exact thing. Same exact area emphasized. Same exact area emphasized. You see Mami's face. She looks like a baby angel, and she's holding an arrow, clearly golden tipped. Oh, look. Right? Oh, you got, how, ooh. Nobody saw this? I just caught this? Nobody remembers this. Oh, Reiji, my goat. Oh, Reiji, my goat. I bet none of you clocked this. I am betting none of you fucking clocked this. This is a more subtle reference. Ooh, I bet none of you fucking clocked this. This isn't pacing yourself, you bonehead. She remembers the kiss. The red light. The train is arriving. It's literally warning signals. Don't do it. It's literally warning signals. Don't do it. Don't do something you're going to regret. Chizuru tries to kiss him. Bro, 7-Eleven! What the fuck? Yo, 7-Eleven, what the fuck? Bro, 7-Eleven, what the fuck? Dude, by the way, I just learned what 7-Eleven actually means. Guess what? It's a reference to time travel. Guess what? 7-Eleven is a reference to time travel. I bet none of you fucking clocked that. See, do you know why it's called... First off, do you know why it's called 7-Eleven? Do you want to know why it's already called 7... Do you want to know why it's called 7-Eleven? Like, just the store itself. It's called 7-Eleven because they're open from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Okay? Why is this a reference to time travel? There's a show called 7 Days where there's an iconic line that goes, "Who put this 7-Eleven in my time traveling machine?" Or sorry, who put 7-Eleven in my time machine? The 7-Eleven was literally a reference to time travel. No. When they were initially created, they're open from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. I don't know if it's still the same in Japan. It changed now. Of course, it changed now. Nothing closes in the United States anymore. Nothing closes. Like Safeway is open 24/7. They don't fucking close. So no. It's literally the whole idea is that I think 7-Eleven one is an untold reference to time travel. Because I've seen this in other stuff too. I was curious. Like I was reading some other stuff and I was like, wait, what the fuck? Wait, 7-Eleven and they time traveled. What are the fucking odds? What? That's weird. What the fuck? That's weird. So, time travel is definitely relevant to 7-Eleven. Just because like it's that nod to that show, 7 Days. There could be some other thing connected to time travel related to 7-Eleven. But that date is very particular. It's intentional. And the idea of 7-Eleven being open from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. seems to be relevant to Chizuru in some ways, as if she's literally freeing herself up. You could think of it like that. There could be some other meaning that we don't know, but the fact that it's relevant to time travel just kind of blew my fucking mind. Anyways, what's going on here? Right? What's going on here? You see the warning lights going off. Now let's cut to Mami. What are the first images you see? There's an observation tower, and it's empty. There are lights. These are literally lights that you shine onto something. They're closed. And then you see the stoplights, and they're off. Nothing is on. Every single thing is off. It's literally empty. It's deserted. It's hollow. This entire chapter is hollow and empty. What happens when you get to the very end of the chapter? Chizuru's home is now empty, completely hollowed. And what is the last thing that you see? Kazuya's room. This is the room Kazuya and Sayuri stayed in, and it's completely empty. There's nothing in it. There's nothing in this room. Wait, Johan, did Chizuru choose that date because she remembers? I don't know. But the fact that the July 11th stuff was like all there, the 7-Eleven stuff was like all laid out there, that's like some next level cooking, dude. That's Reiji being aware of some crazy shit. That's Reiji being aware of some crazy shit. No. I don't think he foreshadowed July 11th. I don't think so. I could see this more as Reiji putting 2 and 2 together. So he's like, he saw the stuff he was putting down before, and he's like, ooh, I could cook with that. Granted, he was already talking about time travel, so July 11th could have very well been there the whole time. You could also be correct. Because he was talking about time travel from literally the 3 months. From the 3-month time skip, he was already talking about time travel. So it makes a lot of sense that Reiji in some ways might have already planned this. Anywho. The last room that we see is Kazuya's room, completely empty. As if it's been erased. As if this thing that was put on hold is now continuing. What does this mirror? Chizuru not selling her house literally mirrors how time stopped. Time stopped. The idea of selling the house was put on hold. Time had frozen. Now time is moving again. And it is all being emptied out. What does this mirror? It is mirroring how Kazuya's presence is literally being emptied out of Chizuru's home. He's literally not present in her life. Time is going to continue moving. It's not going to wait for you. Chizuru in many ways literally represents time. She's continuing to move. Whereas everyone else is moving, Kazuya is frozen. And in Kazuya's unwillingness to move, what's happening? The world around him is literally being destroyed, and he's being destroyed. And once Kazuya in some ways experiences that destruction and kind of loses everything for the most part, he's gonna begin to rebuild. Right? He's gonna take the broken pieces and try to put them back together. So to me, this is what I'm seeing here, is like this idea of rebuilding. Everything is starting to fall apart. You're seeing it firsthand. The fact that Chizuru's home is now empty, the fact that she worked pretty hard on this all on her own, and what did you notice here? Chizuru did this all on her own. She never called Kazuya. She's supposed to be busy with her play, yet she's selling her house. Are you seeing more contradictions? She's supposed to be busy with her play, yet here she is selling her house. Isn't that weird? Oh, look, you're starting to see more contradictions. Do I still love you? That sounds weird to me. No, it's accurate. Do you know why it's accurate? Mami leaves the answer to Kazuya. She has been doing that the whole fucking time. Mami leaves the answer to Kazuya. She's been doing that the whole fucking time. She doesn't want to answer it herself. She wants to leave it up to him. Whereas you go to Chizuru, Chizuru wants to answer that herself. It's her feelings. It's nobody else's feelings. It's her feelings for him. Of course he's going to try to say, yes, you might love me. Why should that be thrown onto him? That also reflects what Mami is doing. I've explained this before. What Mami does is that she uses the victim position to enforce her position of power. So in leaving this up to Kazuya, if Kazuya, what this does is that essentially, oh, it's not me, it's you. It's her decision, it's not his decision. But what does she do? She leaves it up to him. She puts herself in the victim's position. Intentionally so. A spicy chapter, to be honest. The spiciness disguises the problem with this chapter. It's literally meant to mirror the Ruka situation, verbatim. It verbatim mirrors the Ruka situation. The spiciness disguises the issue with this chapter. And because you're so focused on it being spicy, you're not seeing the issue. You're so focused on it being spicy, you're not noticing how hollow this chapter actually is. And the chapter is literally telling you, I'm hollow, I am empty. It starts with everything being off. Literally, every single thing you're looking at is wrong. It's off. It's the dead of night. No one else is there. Contrast, you get to Chizuru, and what do you see? The house that you've been in this whole time is off. It's empty. Not a single thing is left in this house. It has been completely emptied out, and you can easily figure out where this is going. She's going to sell the house. Almost like everything you're experiencing is wrong. Something's off with the play, but I still don't know for sure. Well, the one thing we know for a fact that is off is that Kazuya not being present in Chizuru's place is the thing that's in the way. So her not being with him is the thing that's wrong with the play. But we don't know the details of the play. That's what's weird about it. Mami did allude to wanting other answers for her regarding the strengths question, I think, in chapter 142. Mami alluded to wanting others to answer for her regarding the strength question. Oh, yeah. Good catch. Good catch. So, Max over here just made a great catch that I also started talking about prior. In chapter 412, look at what Mami says. This proves my point, and it proves their point. Look at what Mami says. Mami comes up to Kazuya, and she sees him applying for a job. Look at what she says. Job application. Yep. That can be tedious, huh? What kind of person are you? What are your strengths? I feel like they should be the ones telling me that answer to that. Like she can't give it herself. Like she doesn't want to answer that question. It's too much of a chore to answer that question. She would rather have someone else tell her what to feel. She doesn't want to take any responsibility over herself. Great chapter today. The translations are done if you want. Okay, let's take a look. Let's take a look, fellas. Or folks. I should say folks. Folks is more inclusive. Okay. It's kind of crazy that the Japanese version is now doing it too. The Japanese version also now has the censorship, which is kind of weird. The ex-boyfriend, Kazuya, and the ex-girlfriend, Mami, illuminated by the night sky in the car, are suddenly really close. Illuminated by the night sky in the car. That's a very fascinating word choice considering there's literally no lights. That's a really fascinating word choice considering there's no lights, but you do see shadows, so the night sky is illuminating them. But it's weird. Are they illuminated? That's a really weird word choice. That's a fascinating word choice. So, Reiji intentionally shows you all the lights are off, but the night sky illuminates them. Noctis. Noctis, my baby boy. The moon is lighting. And yet you never see the moon. Right? Did you notice that? The moon is lighting them, but you never see the moon. When do you see the moon? When do you see the moon? In the very end of the chapter, when Chizuru shows up, it's as if she is the moon illuminating them. The only reason these two are even illuminated is because of Chizuru. The only reason their relationship even has anything to go off of at this point is because of Chizuru. Why is Mami even doing anything that she did? She did it specifically because Kazuya started dating Chizuru. Right? The only reason Mami ever acted on her feelings for Kazuya is because he started dating Chizuru. That's it. Which raises the question, would Mami have ever acted on her feelings if Chizuru was not present? It's almost like Mami is what you think Chizuru is. It's almost like Mami is what you think Chizuru is. Because, right? Everyone says Chizuru won't act unless Ruka takes Kazuya or something, or Mami takes Kazuya or something. Yet, who actually did that? Mami. So is Mami even in love with him? She wasn't going to do anything until Chizuru suddenly showed up in the picture. And that is the unspoken visual truth here. That's a really nice visual truth here. Chizuru is the undertone of this entire chapter. Chizuru is the hidden undertone of this entire chapter. She's present in the very beginning and you don't even see her. She is there in the very beginning and you don't even see her. She's there the whole fucking time. And you don't even notice. Her influence is here the whole time. Kazuya has had this exact situation in the past with Chizuru before, multiple different times. Chizuru's entire influence is here. He literally says these words here, and that directly parallels, all right, Kazuya's words here. The visual of this chapter here is a direct parallel to what? Here's Chizuru about to make a fucking mistake. She's about to kiss Kazuya while he's sleeping. Huh. Well, isn't that fascinating? They're literally reversed. Isn't that fascinating? They're literally reversed positions. Chizuru is in a position of power while he's sleeping. Kazuya is on top of Mami, but she's in a position of power. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? Yeah. So Chizuru influences literally everything here. And you just think Mami has something real going on. It's all bullshit. This entire chapter is literally empty. Okay, let's continue reading. Cupidon deciding on her target, heart. Is her true nature angelic or demonic? Ooh. And that's the funny thing. Cupid does some shitty things, dude. Cupid does some fucking shitty things. It looks angelic, but Cupid has done some shitty fucking things. You know? Right? So what is Mami's true nature? The chapter cover literally questions that. Is Mami angelic? Is Mami angelic here? And oh. I bet nobody fucking clocked this. Ayo! Remember them and their halos? Ayo, remember them and their halos in the afterlife? Suddenly, we have Mami and Kazuya with angel halos? Isn't that weird? Huh. That sure is trippy. I've never watched this anime manga, but I always try to check what's going on. So I'll warn you, new person, Ether. I'll just call you Ether. I'll just warn you right now. This is not a story you can interact with like that kind of TikTok brain, where trying to just kind of check in on what's going on but not actually reading it. The problem is that this is a story completely built on contextualism, context. It's built on context. So when you try to just see what other people tell you about it, you're not going to get it. This is a story that will look incredibly stupid out of context. This is one of those stories. It will look really fucking stupid out of context. The moment you read it, it doesn't feel nearly as stupid. It makes a lot more sense. So that's the thing I'm going to warn you about, is like your approach is just ultimately going to doom you to not understand what's going on and probably think it's really fucking stupid like most of the internet does. This is a story not designed for the internet. In fact, a huge portion of the narrative quite literally criticizes the internet. Like a huge portion of it is literally like, ayo, how we interact in the internet literally divides us. So think of it like that. Just like, this is the antithesis of like internet TikTok brain. And it's not going to work for you. You're not going to be able to read what the fuck is going on with this story. You're just not going to understand. Most I heard is the MC is lame ass and the story is stupid. Exactly. And that will seem very true to you when you look at that from a very outside perspective. A huge portion of this narrative requires a great deal of empathy. And it requires you to kind of look outside yourself a little bit. Right now in the story, if you just look at Kazuya, the main character in this story right now, all you'll see is that. Because what the author is currently writing is that the character's losing himself. Whereas if you actually read the beginning of the series, this is not the same character. What the author's essentially trying to do is make the readers essentially miss who he was, even though they spent the entire time criticizing him, because they never really understood him. That's something the story quite literally admits to, that they never really understood Kazuya, they never looked at him honestly. And now they've pushed him so far to change. There's literally a representation of the readers in the story. They've pushed him so far to change that he's literally losing who he is. And readers just kind of don't understand that. This is a story that requires a lot of nuance and empathy. You really have to start looking outside of yourself. And if you don't, you will see exactly what you just described. So character development, there's a lot. Yeah, exactly. That is character development. That literally is character development. And and go to the internet, they'll literally tell you the character isn't changing. Right? You'll go to the internet and people will be like, the character isn't changing. That's like the common thing people will say, the character isn't changing. But that's the thing, a character can change negatively and positively. And Kazuya, the main character, is currently changing negatively. He's literally losing who he is. An iconic part of himself is literally gone, and in a bad way. This part of himself that he should value is now disappearing. Anyways, traffic lights meant to represent go or stop. By showing it dark and inactive, Reiji could be emphasizing the dialogue's sentiment. They are currently in pause state, neither moving forward nor moving back. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, I was wondering that too. There's no stoplight and there's no on light, which is essentially what Kazuya is doing. He's not signaling anything. There's no signal. There's no light. There's nobody checking, and there's nothing telling them to go or to stop. They don't know what to do. So Mami is not getting any signals. Cool. He confirmed to her what she already knew. He loves Chizuru. That didn't tell her to stop or to go. He just said, I love Chizuru. Cool. You gotta tell her to fucking stop. But that's what I've been saying, is like, there is no signal lights in this chapter. But just as there's no signal lights, you don't see the hook coming left wing from Chizuru. Because there's no signals, you never saw this coming. Right? Just as there's no signals with Kazuya, there was never any signals with Chizuru. Well, there was, but you never saw this one coming because you didn't know she was going to sell the house. But there was some hints that it was happening. Notice the arrow isn't notched. Mami just holding the bow. This reflects her current state in the story, both as having a halo, but Kazuya looks like he is suffering. I don't know about Kazuya suffering. There is a truth to what you're saying. Mami is seemingly getting ready, but she's not aiming. Right? Mami is seemingly getting ready to shoot, but it's neutral. That's the whole point. It's neutral. Kazuya isn't suffering. He's just, oh, look at the pretty angel. That's Kazuya's whole thing. Look at the pretty angel. But Mami, like the cover questioning, is she a demon or is she an angel? The bow is in neutral position. She's not aiming. So you don't know if she's going to shoot or if she's going to hold off. You have no idea. And that's exactly the point. You don't know. Everything about this chapter is the unknown. You have no fucking clue. You have no idea what to expect from this chapter. Just as you don't know why Chizuru is like suddenly going back to selling the house, even though she said before that she just put it on hold. All right, again, Chizuru's appearance in the end of the chapter kind of reflects our unknown, because suddenly we're looking at her and we're like, we have no idea what the fuck's happening. Wait, why is she selling the house? She's supposed to be busy with her play. Who's your favorite character in this manga? Chizuru right here, and the main character Kazuya. Those are my favorites. Well, Chizuru is also the main character. It's their love story. Kazuya is the protagonist. There we go. Kazuya is the protagonist. Chizuru is the main character. There we go. Okay, so let's get to Chizuru. It says, the teaser for this reads, meanwhile, at the time, all of a sudden, Mizuhara's house is all cleaned up. Does that mean? Next time is this. Steamed bun with sesame oil and unko filling. Again, that seems to be something related to Chizuru. That just makes a lot of sense. But why that in particular? Does make me wonder, why that in particular? So next chapter is 417. It's the last chapter in the volume. We also have 174 is a chapter we could go off of. 147 is another chapter we could possibly go off of. I guess Mami and Kazuya will eat that together? But why? You know what'd be interesting? You know what'd be really fucking interesting? Kazuya puts in an effort for his relationship with Mami, but you'll notice he never put in that same effort with Chizuru. Wouldn't that be interesting? Kazuya puts in an actual effort to his relationship with Mami, but he never put in the same effort with Chizuru. I think that would be really smart to question Kazuya. To be like, okay, so when Mami has this question, you put all this effort in. When Chizuru has this question, you treat her like she's gonna fucking kill you. And you don't put any effort in to help her find her answer. That would be an interesting direction. Kazuya's answer to Mami's question should be, it doesn't matter if you love me, I'm flattered, but I can't return your feelings. Exactly. That would shut her down. That would be a proper rejection. Him telling her, I love Chizuru, solves nothing. It feels like I don't understand this chapter fully. I mean, most of these chapters will not be understood until you have been given the proper context. Remember, you are missing context, and a huge portion of what's happening right now is that you're essentially Kazuya, the Kazuya you love, and what you don't realize is that the Kazuya you love has been gone for a while. The Kazuya that you truly love and care for, we haven't seen him in a little bit, and he's literally becoming a different person. And remember the thing I mentioned before with Saul, where like people were like, "Oh, I want Saul Goodman already," and then later into the series, they were like, "Oh, he's gone. Oh, the character I started with is gone." Kingdom Hearts 2 does something really fucking similar with Roxas, where you start Kingdom Hearts 2 not playing as Sora. You're playing as this rando fucking character. You're like, who the fuck is this guy? And the story essentially leverages the fact that you don't like him. And then when he disappears, your heart breaks. Because you realize like he just wanted to live. And you as the reader and you as the player kept saying, I don't want you. And then when he finally gets his life taken away from him, you feel like a fucking asshole. Because you started really caring about him. This is kind of similar to that with Saul Goodman and with Kazuya, where people kept saying, "Oh, I want cool Kazuya already. I want cool Kazuya already," and now you realize that cool Kazuya is seemingly gone. You've had him this whole time, but you kept saying you wanted a better one. You wanted a better one, and now he's gone. And slowly but surely, you're gonna come to that realization and accept the fact that the Kazuya you love is not here. That this Kazuya is a completely different fucking person. And the Kazuya you love and desire is not here. And so Reishi, using this theme of grief, acceptance, and loss, is very, very fitting because we as the readers have not accepted that the Kazuya we love is no longer here. He's not really here. He's kind of gone. And the moment we accept that, we can maybe start to value the Kazuya for who he is. Just as Kazuya could start valuing who he is. It's the same answer with Ruka sexual assault. Kazuya is saying, I'm in love with Chizuru, not shutting down properly. Yeah, that's the problem. It's like, okay, look, love is not the solution. Love is not the solution to these conflicts. You can say you love someone all you want. It doesn't change the fact that you're in this position now and you have to shut them the fuck down. Right? What did Chizuru do when she shut Umi down? Chizuru shutting Umi down had nothing to do with the fact that she loved Kazuya or not. Right? That was a big leveraging point. Umi kept asking her, are you with him? Are you dating him? And she's just like, no, I'm not dating him, but that doesn't change the fact that I'm not serious about you and I want to be serious about him. Okay? This is not happening. Right? What did Chizuru do? Chizuru literally removed love from the equation. That's the problem, the presence of love. The problem with a rejection is you have to remove love from the equation. Otherwise, you cannot reject a person. Right? Chizuru rejected Umi despite the fact that she might not know if she's in love yet. Kazuya tries to reject someone by telling them, I'm in love with this person. That doesn't matter. You have to remove love from the equation. Because most people think of it the stupid way. Love is war. Most people think of it the stupid way. Love is war. Including Mami and including Ruka. And they think they could just magically make Kazuya love them. Well, that's not how it fucking works. That's not what love is. And I think the readers not understanding what love is, and Mami and Ruka and Minnie not understanding what love is fascinating, considering Chizuru, the character who seemingly doesn't understand what love is, ironically knows a lot more about it than everyone else. That's the fucking irony. She seemingly knows a lot more about it than everyone fucking else. Did you check chapter 31 and 57 last stream? I checked 57. 31, though. Why 31? 31 is the Umi stalking incident. What about 31? 31 is the Umi stalking incident. It's my favorite chapter. Yeah, so if you guys don't know, 31 is my favorite chapter. But why? Why do you want me to go back to that? Is there a particular reason? Is something going on in 31 that I should be checking? Oh, is it this portion where Kazuya thinks they're gonna kiss? Is it this? Is this what you're talking about? It looks like they're gonna kiss out of context. Is it because there's so many lights on? What is it? Why is chapter 31 relevant? Kazuya catching them? That's it? Chizuru's nowhere around. No one is there. They closed the door. It's all dark. Who's gonna catch them? Maybe later. Yeah, this seems like fishing. This seems like fishing. I don't think this is relevant here. I don't think this is relevant here. At least not yet. Could be relevant later, but not yet. Let's see. Kazuya's answer is just love and nothing else. Like, he's letting love take control of his life. And that's the thing. A lot of people let emotions define how they feel. They let their brain tell them how to feel instead of, like, taking control themselves. So much of the current story is literally about taking control. Sumi gonna catch them? What the fuck would Sumi be doing here? The only way someone could catch them is if they leave this area. And I think the person who could catch them that would matter is less so Sumi and more so like Mami's family. Mami's family coming, like, see, that's the thing. That's the thing. Mami doesn't realize what she's doing is incredibly dangerous. That's why I'm saying, like, what Mami's doing is kind of theoretically morally wrong. Like, there's layers to what Mami's doing being morally wrong. One of them is her family. She's gonna drag Kazuya into her family bullshit, and he doesn't know. It's literally, think of it like the superhero dilemma. Literally think of it like the superhero dilemma. So you know how they're like, people are like, oh, superheroes, you know, have this like conflict where they're dating someone, but their lives could be in danger, but then they don't tell them. It's incredibly irresponsible for a superhero to be dating someone and not tell them they're a superhero. Why? Because that person's life could be in danger at any moment and they have no fucking idea. I think the Invincible show, I don't know about the Invincible comic less so. The Invincible comic less so. The Invincible comic's kind of meh sometimes. I kind of got really bored of the Invincible comics. The paneling is also like weak as fuck sometimes. Anyways, the Invincible show does that really well, where it literally has someone be in danger and then they realize what that danger means. You know? So that's a big thing about like relationships is like, ayo, they have to know what they're walking into. Don't just drag someone into something like that. And Mami's not considering that at all. Mami's not thinking about that at all. You know, she's not considering at all how her life could be impacting his. Whereas what do you see with Chizuru? Chizuru is actively considering that. And again, readers don't think about this. Readers are so busy saying love is war or they're in love or all that shit. They're not thinking about the actual problems in front of their fucking faces. And Reiji knows this. Reiji is leveraging your lack of awareness of what the fuck is going on in front of you. So this to me seems very intentional. Now, next chapter being 417, I think is a really big fucking deal because remember, 7 is Mami's number. Nanami, literally, Nana means 7. Nanami. 7 is literally Mami's number. So I think next chapter is actually going to be somewhat of a big deal. It's going to be important to Mami's character in some way, shape, or form. That's a majority of Spider-Man. Yeah, exactly. A huge part of Spider-Man's conflict is to know whether he should fucking tell someone or not. And keeping his identity secret to protect his loved ones. You know? That's a huge portion of Spider-Man's conflict. Kazuya still remembers that Ruka sexually assaulted him. How is this thing gonna resolve now? It's not going to. At least I don't think. So the Ruka thing is like constantly on the back of his mind and it's actively sabotaging him. You know, that's the important part that you don't realize. The Ruka thing is like actively on the back of Kazuya's mind and it's actively sabotaging him and it's not going away. And he's seemingly in a very similar position with Mami. The difference is Mami is less so tempting, trying to like actually physically like control him. She's emotionally controlling him. That's the difference. Mami is emotionally controlling him, whereas Ruka was physically controlling him. The Ruka situation is different than the Mami one, though. With Ruka, it was clear no to do more physical stuff at that moment. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. He told her, I'm in love with Mizuhara. I can't do this. Yet he still let her into his house. He never stopped her from physically touching him the entire fucking time. The only time he stopped her was when she was trying to have sex with him. That's it. That's literally it. Kazuya did not draw a clear line with Ruka. You think he did. You think he did, but the problem is that he let it build. He let it fester. He literally kept letting her. When Ruka comes back. This is when Ruka comes back. Look at the chapter. Here she is touching and sniffing him. Okay, here she is sitting right next to him. Here she is holding his phone and touching him. Here's Kazuya checking her out. Okay. Here's Ruka kissing him. He freaks out, but he doesn't say no. Ruka finds his keys that he dropped, picks them up. What does she do next chapter? He tells her about the keys. What's she do? She stuffs them in her fucking ass. Look at this. She's literally touching his ass. She's literally touching his ass, dude. Then here she is holding his hand. And she says, pretty please long enough, he'll say yes. What does Kazuya convey to Ruka? I'm going to say no at first, but if you push hard enough, I'll say yes. What has that been the entire relationship between them? She literally bullied him into a relationship. That is the issue with Ruka. She is a kid. She is a fucking kid, okay? She's literally, what will kids keep doing? They will keep pushing until you say yes. You're going to say no, they're going to keep pushing. So what are you going to do with a kid? You got to draw like a hard fucking line on the floor. Not just say no once. He did not draw a clear line with Ruka. I'm sorry if you think he did. He did not. She is a kid. She is not thinking straight. She's being incredibly fucking stupid, and she will keep pushing. All kids do, okay? If you've ever had a kid, you would fucking understand. Kids are stupid. Heck, cats will do this. I have a young cat. Okay, I got a young cat recently. He's like 2.5 years old. I let him out for a little bit, and then he comes back inside, and then he'll just sit next to the door or keep meowing. Let me out, let me out, let me out, and he won't fucking stop. So what I do, I just walk away. I walk away, I go upstairs, and I just ignore him. And I just don't listen to him. I just don't engage with him, and he gets the picture. Okay, he's not going to do what I want. You have to draw a clear line, or you give an inch, they take a mile. That's the problem. Kazuya never draws a clear, concise line with Ruka. He never, super hard shuts her down. He just says no a few times, I love Chizuru, but that's clearly never stopped him before. Right? He loves Chizuru. That's never stopped him from looking at her. That's never stopped him from letting Ruka into his house. That's never stopped him from going on these dates with Ruka despite being in love with Chizuru. So why should it stop him from having the sexual relations with Ruka? Do you see how Ruka's mind could work? It's the same. Kazuya literally needs to do the same exact thing that Chizuru did with Umi. Remove love from the equation. Shut her down. He doesn't. And he doesn't think about that. Okay, so yes, Kazuya is absolutely a victim of Ruka, while at the same time, he's clearly not trying hard enough to really shut her out. It's both. You could absolutely say it's both. That's always been this series. This series has always been the nuance in between. Everything about Rent-A-Girlfriend has always been the nuance in between. Everything, every single character. Right? Cool, Mami's finding her feelings. That is true. On the other hand, it doesn't change the fact that Mami absolutely abused Kazuya, and she can't find her answer through him. Her and Kazuya were never gonna fucking work. Even if Mami finds her feelings, it doesn't matter. Her and Kazuya are never gonna fucking work. Ruka was trying to take control, but her naive mindset got her confused. No. She's literally, yeah, exactly. You're both right and you're wrong. Again, Ruka's a kid. And what do kids do? They're just going to keep pushing until they see what that means. I think it's incredibly fascinating that both Ruka and Mami realize how they hurt Chizuru. I think Mami kind of knows. She's just in denial about Chizuru. Ruka knows how she hurt Chizuru. She knows how Chizuru kind of somewhat feels. It's incredibly ironic they have no idea how Kazuya feels and how they've hurt him. I think that's incredibly fascinating. Mami doesn't... They do what Kazuya does to Chizuru. They treat him like he's invincible. They literally treat Kazuya like he's invincible. That no matter what they do, they'll never break him or hurt him. Which is really ironic because a lot of men are treated this way. They're treated like they're fucking breakable. And if they break, there's something wrong with them. Or they're weak. Right? We get upset at men when they get angry, even though a lot of times we don't let men express other emotions. And then when they do express other emotions, we tell them, oh, you're weak and pathetic. Like if a dude cried, people will be like, oh, you're weak and pathetic. Whereas if they got angry, how dare you get angry? A lot of times men can essentially understand a little bit of how women feel because they're essentially told to not express themselves and not let themselves be. Just as women are a lot of times like scrutinized for acting in ways that do not fit with the narrative of being a woman. Both men and women feel this exact frustration and like control over who they're supposed to be, right? They're constantly like conditioned to wear these masks. So in that same way, it's fascinating that Ruka and Mami have no fucking clue how they're hurting Kazuya. Whereas Kazuya has no fucking clue how he's hurting Chizuru. He constantly treats Chizuru like she's fucking invincible. Just as Ruka and Mami treat Kazuya like he's fucking invincible. It isn't clear a no to Mami pursuing him, that is. It's no physical stuff at the moment. 17-year-olds aren't little kids, though. They absolutely are. You don't become an adult until you're like 25. The idea that you're an adult by 18 is childish. A number doesn't make you fucking become an adult. You're still a kid. Bro, I didn't really start growing up until like 22. I did not start growing up until 22. You are still a kid. Abso-fucking-lutely. 18 does not make you an adult. That's just a fucking number. You are not an adult. Absolutely not. There are 40-year-olds that are still kids. They never fucking grew up. They're stupid little idiots. No. 17, 18, 19, 20, 18, 17, 18, 19. It's in the name. You're still a stupid kid. You're not an adult. You're absolutely not an adult. You're not nearly as in control of your actions as you think you are. You're not. You're still absolutely a stupid kid. You also don't know Ruka's age. You don't. Reiji has intentionally avoided Ruka's age. You don't know her age. You're making a guesstimate. It's not actually there. You don't know her age. Reiji has intentionally avoided that. Do you think this dynamic might go into the aspect of what's cheating when Chizuru and Kazuya talk during the date? Because I think Chizuru said if you love them a little, then it's cheating. Yes, but the thing is like we've already discussed this too, and you're right, that will happen. But the thing is Kazuya and Chizuru are both right and wrong, both of them. Cheating is still physical too. Aging is permanent. Growing up is optional. Damn, well said. Yeah, no. The thing is that cheating is both. Cheating is about a choice. Chizuru unfortunately got one half of the equation correct. One half of the equation is that if you love them and still do it, it's cheating. The other half of the equation is that you're still doing it. Just the act of doing it and you have feelings for someone else is shit. But she's looking at it purely from the perspective of a job, which is an issue. If you look at it purely from the perspective of a job, that's a little different. If you look at it that there is no obligation, there's no need to do this thing, and you still do it, ayo, you suck. And no, you're shit, and I'm not dating you. Relationship over, goodbye, you fucking cheated. That's cheating. Cheating is a choice. That is the thing that they're both missing, which is very crucial because what is this entire arc about? A choice. It's about making a choice. That is kind of the issue, and what Chizuru kind of missed in her assessment, even though she's somewhat correct, and what Kazuya is somewhat correct about is the physical aspect. Chizuru focuses on the emotional aspect, not the physical act. Kazuya focuses on the physical act. It's both. It's literally both. The physical act is cheating. If you choose to do it. If you made the choice to be with someone physically, it is cheating. Yes, sure, maybe you didn't have feelings for them. You still let your desire control how you feel. That's still cheating. Kazuya did not do that with Ruka. She assaulted him. He did not have a choice in the matter. He was oogling her, he was looking at her, that blurred the line of cheating. That's not cheating. Yes, he looks at other people. But he did not cheat. She assaulted him. Ruka doesn't realize she assaulted him. Doesn't change the fact that she fucking did. Anywho. Here, one sec. I started writing something yesterday. Sorry, I gotta take off my phone just because it's on my Twitter, but it was on my drafts. And Twitter saves your drafts on your phone separate from your drafts on your normal computer. So I'm gonna just move that stuff over to my Google Docs just so I can read some of the stuff I wrote for you guys. Because I started writing my analysis for chapter 415, but I got tired and never finished it. And I just kind of didn't feel like it. I was getting burned out, so I just didn't bother finishing it. But there is some stuff that's absolutely relevant to this. In particular, this idea of a simulation. Because that's absolutely still relevant here, this idea that we're stuck in a simulation. That is 200% still relevant here. Come on. Come on. What's wrong with you? Oh, that's why. Come on. Work with me, please. Oh. I can... That does that? Yo, what? I just learned something new today. I'm like learning stuff off stream. I'll be back in a sec. No, the cam isn't off. I turned it off. The camera's not off. I turned it off. I need to grab my phone. My phone is my camera. And I need to grab my phone. I turned it off. I'll be back in a sec. Just give me a sec. I'm just copying some stuff onto my computer, okay? Yeah, sorry. I'll be right back. Just give me a sec. I'm just moving some stuff onto my PC. Or I'm copying it to my Google Docs, whatever. Same difference. Damn, why the fuck did I write so much? Damn, bro, I write way too much sometimes, you know? Well, it's a good thing. I write some good shit, but also I write too much, so it's hard to move shit around. But hey, I learned a new skill today. I learned how to copy things over quickly. Okay, almost done. Just give me a moment. I'm almost out over here. Speaking of which, oh yeah, update while I'm away. I got the Ultima weapon in Kingdom Hearts 1, and I leveled up a little bit, so now we can do all the secret bosses. I'd like to like show you guys all the secret bosses and shit in Kingdom Hearts 1, because they do appear in Kingdom Hearts 2 for the most part. So I might do that today. I'm pretty like high leveled at this point, but I think Sephiroth can still beat my fucking ass into the ground. But yeah, that's something we could try to do today. I'd also like to start Resident Evil 1, because it's almost the Resident Evil let's see, save. Okay, I'm done. Okay, I moved it all over. Let me turn the camera back on. It's almost Resident Evil's 30th anniversary, whereas it's almost Kingdom Hearts' 20th anniversary. Both of them are in March, which is kind of crazy. Both of them are in March. Just kind of trippy. Okay, camera. Get it up and moving. Okay, good. And we're back. Damn it. Yeah, I gotta stick out more. I look like just a fucking head. I look like a head. Okay, Ruka pretty much has to be 17. She's third year high school student, and Japanese schools turn 18 their third year. Ruka's birthday is in August. Again, you're working off of probability. That's inductive reasoning. You could be correct. You don't know. You could be correct, but you don't know, period. You have no way. Reiji has intentionally avoided telling us her age. She could have been held back a year, just like Kazuya. You don't know. Something else could have happened. You have no idea. She could be 18. For all we know, she could be 18. We have no clue what Ruka's age actually is. We just don't know, period. Right? All we've known up until a certain point is that Ruka is underage. That's it. We have no clue what Ruka's age is, and us not knowing is something Reiji kind of uses in some aspects. Like, it's kind of necessary for the story to some degree. Like, initially in the beginning of the series, it's absolutely necessary because a teenager cannot work something like a rental girlfriend job, and yet Ruka was working it. And Reiji kind of walks that line very carefully, because he wants to depict something with Ruka's character, and he did want her to be a rental girlfriend, and he wanted to show like the kind of messed up nature of that, while at the same time he did not want to be like, oh, this thing is predatory and terrible, so we're gonna like do that. Instead, what's the thing that ends up being predatory? Ironically, Ruka herself. So it's just something Reiji's trying to be very careful of. And I can understand why. Oh, water. Hi, Johan. Hello. I am Sloker. Sloker? What should I call you? Slokers? Sending something on Discord. Kazuya treats Chizuru like she's invincible. That's just a lack of realism. What does that mean? He does treat her like she's invincible. He does treat Chizuru like she's invincible. He literally says she's the Iron Lady. Can you check? Sure. There's a parallel to chapter 11. Okay. I kind of see it. But they feel more even here. Mami's above him here. There's an intentional Mami's above him visual. It looks similar. I don't know if it outright is. Why don't we hang together? I guess I can see it. It also parallels her words because she says, can we stay like this a little longer? Why don't we hang together a bit? So I do kind of see it. You're right. There's a parallel in the words. So what you're saying kind of holds true. Reiji's art has improved a lot. You guys don't realize how much Reiji's art has improved a lot. In the old art, the characters like were so thin, had such thin waists. It didn't look realistic at all in a lot of ways. Despite the line work being a little better in some aspects, because Reiji's current line work, he doesn't use that as much because it takes too long to do. But now, if you look at the female characters now, they look so much more natural. Whereas before, they were like so goddamn thin. They were so goddamn thin. And now it's like a kind of a nice balance. And I do think a part of the characters being so thin and so traditionally attractive is a huge part to do with this idea of like, looks when it comes to love. How things look, how people appear. Whereas now the characters look a little more natural. There's definitely like the curves don't feel as ridiculous. They don't literally look like hourglasses anymore. They actually look a little more natural, but it's not like they outright look like hourglasses before. It's just there are times when they're like wearing their dress and like the emphasis on the waist is fucking crazy. But you could tell Reiji was just kind of still finding his footing back then, Yeah, I think it's really interesting that Kazuya is not gonna realize Chizuru is selling the house because he never even thought about it. He forgot about it. She told him she was gonna sell the house, and now he's attached to it. Kazuya is absolutely attached to the house. So Chizuru's selling the house. Oh man. Oh, that's gonna fuck him up. But yeah, let's look at Mami a little more here. It's almost like she's content being in a dream. Content being Doesn't she look drugged? You guys are gonna hate me for this. Doesn't she look kind of dazed out of her fucking mind? Doesn't Mami look dazed out of her mind? And look at the contrast between Mami in that picture and Mami here. Right? Reiji wants you to strike a contrast and be like, is this the same character? And the answer is yes. It is. It's not, and it is. It's not, and it is. And Mami literally looks dazed out of her mind, whereas Kazuya is intentionally made to look like he did with Ruka. So that's twice now, right? That's twice now where Kazuya has appeared like a cheater. And you see, and then in contrast, you see Chizuru on her own cleaning the house out. I feel like there's a little more to the house. The house being empty, I feel like there's a little more to that I haven't quite pieced together. Mami looks empty. I don't know if she looks empty. She just looks jaded out of her mind. She looks dazed out of her fucking mind. Mami looks disappointed. I don't know. No, she literally. I don't know if it's disappointment. I don't see disappointment. I just see someone who's like out of it. I just see someone who's fucking out of it. I don't see disappointment. She doesn't look disappointed. Like there's a underlying sadness maybe. She doesn't look disappointed. She did look sad here. She did not like this. Right? This was the answer that she didn't get before, that she kind of knew about already, that he loves Chizuru. Right? Remember, Mami asked him, this is the answer to that question. Mami asked him, do you... See, this is what makes this chapter so interesting. Mami asked him before, do you still love me? He tells her, I'm in love with Chizuru. So why didn't he say anything? Why didn't he say anything prior? Mami got her hopes up. Okay? Parallel to Ruka. Then what does Mami do? She does an almost identical thing to Ruka. She makes it about her feelings. Yet again, he's in love with Chizuru, makes it about her feelings. It ultimately becomes selfish. Okay? What about my feelings? Do I still love you? That doesn't matter in love. You love someone, that's great, but if they don't love you back, then that's it. Right? So this is already literally turning into Ruka 2.0. Notice now that her cheeks are flushed and all. Oh yeah, her cheeks are like flushed nonstop. Right? She's blushing the whole fucking time. She's blushing the whole fucking time. It does make you question, is she horny? Is something else going on? See, this part is interesting. This middle portion is really interesting. What's up, Mami-chan? Why are you doing this? Look at how she turns away. She looks away from him. And Mami looks weird here. This shot is so interesting. Look at how she like thins her eyes and turns away. There's almost like a sense of uncomfortable disgust. She doesn't like this. Right? So pay close attention to Mami's looks. Kazuya asks her, why are you doing this? She looks away. And the inside of this car is kind of erotic, huh? It's like a private room and quiet. I wonder if there are couples who kiss in the way a place like this. She's subtly trying to imply him, hey, why don't we kiss? Why don't we do this? But she doesn't look him in the eye when she does it. She's a coward. She doesn't look him in the eye when she does it. So she looks away. She lowers her eyes. She literally hides in the darkness. Notice how when she says this, she's hidden in darkness. When Kazuya says she must actually be seducing me, she's illuminated in light. He saw past the veil. He saw past the shadow. He saw what was going on. And what happens to him, he literally has a panic attack. Look at what Reiji does to him. He intentionally has a panic attack. Look at him freak. Look at Kazuya fucking freak. The moment that he literally, this is PTSD. This is straight up PTSD. Look at him panic. Look at these shots. Right? The moment he finds out what she's doing, nope, we can't. Just screams it, raises his voice. Right? I even raised my voice. I think I raised it too high. Sorry if I raised my voice too high. Right? Instantly raises his voice. But look at the panic in his eyes. Instant panic. Because guess what? He knows he'd lose control. He's terrified of himself. And he has to keep telling himself he loves Chizuru. He's utterly terrified of himself. There definitely are, right? There are people who kiss in a place like this. The situation is a little different, though. But what are we even talking about? Kissing. Why is she saying this so close to me? No shit, she's trying to seduce you. Oh, look, what did he say before? Seriously, what's going on? We've never been this close even when we're dating. Why did she ask me this? Could she be trying to seduce me? Yes, she is. Now, isn't it kind of twisted that Mami wants to seduce him? Isn't it kind of twisted that Mami wants to seduce him? Why? Why is that twisted? Well, she heard him before, and now suddenly she wants to be with him? She knows he loves someone else, and she's still trying to go for this? Wait, what? Ruka said something like, you will do better on your second time. Oh, you mean Minnie said. Minnie said. No, you're talking about Minnie. Minnie said, "Oh, now you're ready for Chizuru when you get to Chizuru because now you have experience." She literally downplayed his assault. No. So it was Minnie. Minnie literally downplayed Kazuya's assault. Mami's gonna pull another Ruka. So the difference between Mami and Ruka is that Mami doesn't physically do anything. Mami emotionally manipulates you. That's the difference. Ruka physically manipulated Kazuya. Ruka physically took control away from Kazuya. Mami emotionally takes control away from him. Mami is Mami is like I said this before, Mami is intentionally placed in a position lower than Kazuya. Yet she is emotionally controlling him. She's tempting him. Literally everything Mami's doing is trying to seduce him, trying to tempt him. She knows what makes her attractive. She knows how guys look at her. Right? She literally mentions that earlier. Close the door. Those guys were hitting on me earlier. I don't want to deal with them seeing me. That's not why she did this. She's lying. She turned away. She's lying. She's in shadows. She's lying here. That's not why she did this. That just happened to be a good excuse. She closed the door because she wanted to be in a closed space with him. She's fucking lying. Right? Kazuya remembers the Ruka thing. He sees his dick react and he fights himself. So why is this all happening? Kazuya is literally having this clash between himself, right? And this entire chapter is a trigger for Kazuya. This entire chapter is literally a trigger for Kazuya, and Mami can't tell. No one can tell, except us as the readers. You can tell. So, isn't that interesting? Mami is trying to seduce a guy, and she never checks if he's okay or anything, or she never checks his feelings or tries to figure out what's going on with him. Does she even care about his feelings? She hears about Chizuru, and again, Reiji does such an interesting visual here, right? This is Kazuya's emotions, right? The Kazuya's emotions are depicted with this like weird shadowy static, right? And look at how it reflects onto Mami. It illuminates her, but gosh, she does not look happy. It just bothers her so much. Yeah, it's like realizing she lost him, right? That's kind of what this feels like. It's loss. That's what I'm looking at. When I look at this, I see loss. Whereas Kazuya is in shadow when she says this. And he too turns away. He always looks away when he says he loves Chizuru. Isn't that interesting? He always looks away when he loves Chizuru, when he says I love Chizuru. Every time. He looks away. It's almost like it's an excuse. It's almost like it's an excuse. His love has become an excuse. At first, I wanted to make you two split up. Realization dawns on him. And look at this framing. Doesn't she literally look above him? Doesn't she look grander than him? Right? You look at this framing and you wonder to yourself, who's actually above? Reiji intentionally frames it like from an angle below, like this, right? So what does it do? It makes it look like you're looking from Mami's head. So you're literally staring down at him, right? It literally makes it look like you're staring down at Kazuya. That's such a smart visual, right? Look at Kazuya laying down in her bosom like she is literally the mother. She is the position of power, right? She's literally placed in a position of power while being framed like she's below him. He hears about how she tried to make them split up. Oh, look, Mami isn't as nice as you thought she was, right? Is she an angel? Is she a demon? She's in between. She's a little bit of both. She's in between. She's a little bit of both. Right? She has the face of an angel and sometimes the heart of a demon. She's a little bit of both. But she also has the heart of an angel at times too. Right? So it's a mix. Everybody is a mix. When I saw you with your cute girlfriend, it annoyed me. Even more so after finding out she was a rental girlfriend. We knew this. Kazuya didn't. we knew this. Kazuya didn't. And he's not going to process this just yet. He's not going to realize what this fucking means just yet. Because this is bad. This is like, wait. That whole time, she was doing that shit? Never even crosses his mind. But she told me something at Hawaii. She said it was weird for me to be so obsessed. Mizuhara said that. It is weird for her to be so fucking obsessed. That I must be feeling something, otherwise I wouldn't go so far. And she's right. Chizuru's right. Does that mean, hey, what do you think, right? No, Kazuya's face is so interesting. He's in shadows the whole time. And, God, look at these shadows. Okay. Look at this. Look at these shadows. And look at this shadow. Can you see him? Am I in your way? Yeah, you can see him. Look at him, like, look how deep he is. Look how much he sank into the shadows. It's like he's being consumed. Like, I don't think we've seen Kazuya, like, get this dark. Yeah, none of the other panels feel even close to how dark this is. This one maybe. Look at his stupid innocence. Look at his stupid naivety and innocence. And then look at Mami. Mami literally looks adult. The moonlight doesn't reach him anymore. Ooh, that's a good one. Yeah, literally, the moonlight doesn't reach him anymore. He's literally been dragged into the abyss. Right? He's in complete shadows about everything. He doesn't know what this means. He doesn't know Mami at all. She talks about being in love with him, but he doesn't know what this means at all. Not just literally like, does that mean she's in love with me? No. He doesn't know, like, oh, you were pondering this question while you were doing all that horrible shit to me? Doesn't even cross his mind. He doesn't know how deep this well goes. He doesn't know how deep this well goes. Whereas in contrast, we see Chizuru in light. Right? Chizuru is illuminated. He closes his eyes when he says it too, and that he loves Chizuru. No, he doesn't. His eyes are open. Oh, you mean in other scenes? Yeah, with Ruka, he says he loves Chizuru and he closes his eyes. He literally doesn't want to look at Ruka. I know what you're referring to. I can pull it up. Yeah, it's chapter 403. He tells Ruka, I love Chizuru, and he closes his eyes when he said it. He chooses not to look at Ruka. Right? He makes it about Chizuru. He doesn't look at Ruka. Right? So here it is. He pushes Ruka off. I'm already told you I love Mizuhara. What does he do? His eyes are completely closed. He doesn't look at her. What Ruka needs is to be seen. What Ruka desperately desires and how she validates herself is to be seen. And it's reached a very destructive point where she's literally objectifying herself. She's literally treating herself like an object. Right? I don't care if you love Chizuru. I just want to have sex with you. I'm okay with being second. She's literally treating herself like an object. She needs to be seen. And what is the one thing Kazuya does when he says, I love Chizuru? He makes it not about Ruka. He makes it not seeing her. And he closes his eyes. He's the dark side of the moon. I guess so. He won't care what Mami did to him, but when he finds out what she did to Chizuru, maybe some real anger on her behalf. Yeah, and he's not going to think about that. That's the thing. He's not going to think about that. That's the thing. Because Kazuya is more focused on his love than he is on all these other things that he should focus on. He's way more focused on his love than he is literally anything else, like the things that should matter. He doesn't focus on those things. So that's literally a theory like I came up with that, like, I think I wrote it too. I think I posted it on Twitter. Let me pull it up. I'm pretty sure I posted it on Twitter. I feel like I did. Oh, there it is. So I was a little off, but let me read what I wrote. I wouldn't be surprised if Mami finds an answer to the question Chizuru asked, giving readers what they want. See, it's not that hard. Chizuru's just overthinking it. Except Mami's answer is built on lies. I was right on the second half. Right? What does Mami do? Mami's answer is built on Kazuya's answer. She's not going to find it herself. She wants Kazuya to tell her. Okay? For she never faced herself and her actions, only leading to more pain. This is the brilliance of Chizuru's character. She asks the question others are afraid to ask, pushing the issue others will ignore in favor of their own desires. She challenges Mami. She challenges Minnie. She even asks Kazuya the question he refuses to ask himself. Are you okay? While readers only care about the answer to their question, Chizuru is asking the questions that actually need answers. What will the future be like? What do you want? What even is love? These are things that seem simple, but in reality require careful thinking and reflection. Chizuru's question stems from acknowledging something is wrong and trying to fix it, while Minnie and Kazuya focus on what they want to tell themselves is wrong, not what actually is. That's the result that they want. That the result that they want isn't happening, not why it isn't happening. It lacks self-reflection. Chizuru's answers are carefully thought out, not reactive. She doesn't just immediately answer. Even Chizuru moving out is something she clearly carefully thought about, right? Even Chizuru moving out of the house is something she clearly thought about. She was planning to do it from the she was planning to do it from the start, but she wasn't like sure of her decision initially. She was just going to do it. And then now Chizuru is like actually committing to this, and she was clearly thinking about it in the background. There were constant hints of Chizuru thinking about it in the background, right? You constantly got little hints that Chizuru is thinking of moving out. There are things about this area that bothers her. The house is lonely alone. She doesn't just want to be alone in this house. She might as well use the money. She could use the money. So do you see how all these things like connect? Chizuru was carefully thinking about moving out the whole time. When she found the deadline to Kazuya moving out, she kind of committed to that. She just doesn't, Chizuru is not reactive. She just doesn't immediately answer. She thinks it through. Kazuya, in contrast, just instantly reacts and isn't ready. This is presented in chapter 415. Kazuya is not ready for Mami's words. He is in a simulation of his own making. So this is where I'm going to read what I wrote that I did not post. So I wrote a little bit of my analysis for chapter 415 that is absolutely relevant here. This idea of the simulation, the characters literally being stuck in their own simulation. Dude, it's so annoying. Every time I do this, it just immediately removes the picture. Look at Kazuya getting horny. Her body is so small and slender. Right? His desires take over again, and they start controlling him again, and he can't resist. He wants to. Okay. "415 is a simulation, an imitation that could exist in the real world, a simulation of our shared divide as people, as readers. This is about how, despite sharing so much with each other, we do not empathize with and understand one another in our focus on our own desires." Right? What do you see here? Mami and Kazuya are literally sharing a car, and yet Mami does not understand her own feelings and what she's did to Kazuya. And how what she did to Kazuya ironically stems a little less from love, that she does care about him, she does love him, but a huge part of it is envy for something she herself lacks and does not have. Okay. To begin, this interestingly can be seen in the previous chapters as well. So, last chapter is about a simulation. What did Minnie tell Chizuru in chapter 414, chapter 414 and 413? She asked Chizuru a hypothetical. And what did the editor notes say about that hypothetical? It's something that could be based on a real life scenario. The editor notes literally said that for chapter 414. It can feel real. Many asked Chizuru a hypothetical. The editor text here reads something that could be real, exactly like a simulation. Chizuru in 413 references the Battle of the X's, which involved Avatar. What is Avatar? You're technically in a simulation. You're literally simulating what it is like to live like these people. Okay. 415 begins with Kazuya having a dream about being forgiven. Again, something based in reality, but still fiction. In this dream, there's a panel that Kazuya looks identical to another in Hawaiians. In particular, when Mami challenged Kazuya's love, saying, "Kiss her." This appears to be contrasted by Mami, who actually looks at Kazuya. Yet so let me show you what I'm talking about. So Kazuya's dream is contrasted by Mami actually looking at him, right? Okay. Yet when we see Mami drive in the actual simulation, not just in chapter 415, but 412, we see how she's handling it perfectly, as if she is accustomed to living a lie. The simulation is natural for her. And this is contextualized by the reference this chapter has with Mami. The scene I mentioned earlier in Hawaiians, what did Mami do? She caused Kazuya's loneliness and isolation in her judgment of his honesty, turning him into the liar we see here. Yet what does she do? Mami says copying his schedule is nice so they don't have to feel so lonely here at the driving school. But she's merely sharing a lie that she helped create. She made this Kazuya in her attacks on his relationships. She is not sharing something real like Chizuru. Mami is sharing a lie, a self-made one. This lie that Kazuya and Mami share here, parallels the theme of simulation in this chapter. For we all tell lies and wear masks to try and belong, to fit in. In a sense, Mami is no different from the bystanders, just as the readers aren't, not seeing how hurt Kazuya is. Remember the bystanders in the very beginning of this chapter? Right, they're super judgmental of Kazuya. They don't try to help him. They're just fucking judging him. Just as Kazuya does not see himself and the harm his own pain is causing to his life and those around him, because just as Kazuya can't accept his pain, so too does his pain haunt his dreams and remind him of what he desperately wants to relieve the hurt he feels on the inside. Just as Kazuya does not see himself in the harm his pain. Oh, I already copied this. Whoops. Kazuya too is under his own simulation, one that is a little more straightforward. His own desires literally controlling him. He does not control them. Mami to him is an object of desire that mirrors Chizuru. She is better at him at stuff, yet also girly and innocent at times. This is why I referenced the previous chapter. This is exactly how Minnie interprets Chizuru in chapter 414. She appears adult, but she is actually very innocent. Is she even real? What Kazuya and Minnie see here are waifus, what they personally desire, not the human underneath. Minnie's description of Chizuru is not correct. Chizuru is innocent, but she's also an adult. She protects the kid underneath because it matters to her, but she is no fool. Kazuya, in contrast, only sees Mami's adorable naivety, but doesn't see the dark mastermind behind the cute smile. And then there was a part where I talked about the bystanders who don't understand Kazuya. I guess I didn't copy that, but oh well. Okay, let me check Twitter. See if there's anything from Twitter users. Wait, what? Chainsaw Man Part 2 ends on March 24th. The fuck? Wait, the fuck? What? Excusez-moi, mademoiselle? Nani the fuck? What? That's crazy. That's wild. What do you mean? It doesn't feel like it's going to end. It feels like we're at the final battle, but it doesn't feel like it should just end. That's crazy. Did it get axed? Wait, did Chainsaw Man get axed? The next chapter is the last one. Or no, wait, is it? No. We should have 2 more. We should have 2 more. Unless next week is a break, we should have 2 more. What the hell? What the fuckity fuck? Money the fuck. I'm glad someone got that joke. Not many people seem to get it. Okay, let's see. Jesus, what the hell's all this? Where'd it go? It was right there. Fuck you, Twitter. Lame. I was busy reading something and then it just got moved. Now I'm pissed. See, but yeah, I do think it's incredibly fascinating that Mami comes to the conclusion that she's in love with Kazuya, yet I'd argue she isn't. Why would Chainsaw Man of all mangas get axed? It just seems to be ending really abruptly. That's why I'm not sure. It just seems to be ending incredibly abruptly. That's why I'm just not sure. Because it doesn't feel like it's over yet. I don't know. I guess we'd have to read the newest chapter to be sure. Okay. So let's look at this for now. The secret room is established. Is it because of the pickup line? Kazuya is busy. He's totally hitting on her. He went and said it. The narration came. That's a wild question. I wonder how he'll answer. Come to think of it, he's cleaning up originally, right? I wonder where this new place is, right? Chizuru is emptying out her house. Ooh, RA9 is getting an expansion. Ooh, RA9 is getting an expansion. Okay. It's nice that it's not just DLC, it's a full-on expansion. I like that. I like that. That's sick. This is an absolutely brilliant episode. I'm genuinely thrilled they're exploring Mami-chan this deeply. If I were in Kazuya's shoes, I'd be bloody dangerous. Getting back together was nothing but a pipe dream. And now it's right there with reach. Can you really turn this down? If Mizuhara Chizuru's feelings have been overwritten, Kazuya's love for Mami-chan more than I thought he did after all. Ay. People just don't get it. God, people must think it's just you just get to the next girl. You know, you just get to the next guy, you just get to the next girl. You know, someone can just overwrite your feelings like that. Like, imagine describing that for Chizuru. You know, imagine that kind of description for Chizuru, where you're just like, oh yeah, Umi can just overwrite Kazuya's feelings on Chizuru's feelings of Kazuya. Isn't that literally the same garbage Kazuya's saying? Like, it's so fascinating how, you know, they just think, oh yeah, feelings can just be overwritten like that. And then people don't understand why Mami doesn't just move on. Because Mami is very much a character who is obsessed. Right? Ruka is addicted, Mami is obsessed. Granted, I do think that they both kind of share similar things. Obsession and addiction are not too dissimilar from one another. Mami inflicts the addiction of love, but she herself is obsessed. Ruka is addicted to Kazuya. Whereas she is obsessed with something else of herself. Oh, okay. Final chapter coming 324. Okay, so there should still be one more. Um, 2 hours and 30 minutes. Oh yeah, I guess we can go read Reddit a little bit. Forbidden Requiem. Wait, what the hell? Sorry. I just kind of watched this really quick. I'm curious. This is the director of Resident Evil 9, talking. Oh, I guess you guys should hear it.
中西です。2月27日にね、発売させていただいたバイオハザードレクイエムですけども、非常に好評いただいてまして、すでに500万本を突破したとのことです。本当にたくさんの方にプレイしていただいて、開発チーム一同としても圧倒的感謝でございます。本当にありがとうございます。先日ね、いくつかの問題修正したアップデート配信させてもらったんですけども、引き続き問題修正や快適性向上のサポートを続けていこうと考えてます。で、さらにね、コンテンツ追加っていうのも計画しておりまして、まず要望の多いフォトモード、それから5月頃にはなると思うんですけども、ちょっとしたミニゲームっていうのも準備しております。レクイエムはね、好評に応えるべく今後も継続したサポートを続けていきたいと考えております。そう、あとこれですね。
Wait, what? What the fuck? Story expansion.
はい、追加ストーリーコンテンツ、こちらの方制作決定しました。
Okay.
こちらの方はですね、レクイエムの世界をさらに掘り下げて楽しめる内容を目指して絶賛開発中です。配信まではちょっと少々時間を渡してしまうことになるかと思いますので、楽しみにお待ちいただければと思います。最後に改めて皆さん本当にどうもありがとうございます。
Interesting. There was like a Leon with a girl with a gun. What the fuck? Is that the girl he ends up being with? Someone said they recreated it. I don't. This seems that I'm seeing a whole lot of AI in this, so I'm not. Yeah, this looks like AI, so I'm gonna pass. That just looks like AI. I'm not gonna bother with that. That just looks like AI slop. But that is cool. That is cool. Okay, so more Resident Evil stuff. In May, we're getting a mini game, but that's a while from now. Okay. Leon is married in the story. Apparently, he has a ring on, but we don't know what the fuck the ring means. It's on his ring finger. Okay, I guess we'll check Reddit. I'm not seeing much on Twitter right now. So let's go to Reddit. I might grab something to eat before we continue. Interesting, all the stuff reflecting back to Hawaiians is happening as part 2 of the anime is coming soon. Yeah, it's very intentional for sure. It's definitely very intentional that we're calling back so much to Hawaiians and so much to the beach arc, which is directly connected to Hawaiians, right before Hawaiians starts. Right, Hawaiians is just around the corner. And like we're about to reach the climax of Hawaiians in the show. So it just feels like way too coincidental. And the fact that like people just dismiss chapter 218 and just kind of want to forget about it, just like Kazuya wants to forget about it, when it's a chapter that has absolutely influenced everything up until this point. It's fascinating how people just want to disassociate the sexual undertones of Rent a Girlfriend. Like even Brief, who's like, you know, keeps saying chapter 218 is fucking brilliant. And he doesn't see how the depiction of like bunny girls is literally talking about objectification and desires. That is literally what a bunny girl is. That's why we reference the bunny stuff. The bunnies represent both loneliness and sexual desires because bunnies are literally synonymous with lust. And people are like disassociating from all that stuff. It's like all there. Literally, it's the desire to not be alone. Therefore, it's a desire. Right? They're literally, Kazuya is like a caged up bunny. He has these desires and these feelings. Chizuru, yes. You remember the carrot thing with Chizuru, where people were like made all these weird sexual jokes about that? Yeah, the funny thing is that it is somewhat sexual. And that's the point, and that's the idea. There's nothing wrong with that. It is somewhat sexual. The jokes are a little overkill because, of course, it's the fucking internet. The jokes are a little overkill. But there is a sexual undertone that people are just like not addressing. And Reiji is like hitting that shit with a goddamn sledgehammer now. Because it's like, no, we have to talk about this. This is a very serious topic that the Kazuya has been like somewhat ignoring, right? His desires are literally controlling him. He's lost control of his own feelings. And he keeps hiding his own feelings behind his love. When, no, that's separate. Desire is just a part of love. It does not define love. So Kazuya keeps like saying, oh, I don't feel this desire because I feel love. But it's like, no, it's a part of it. You can't deny it. Anyways, I'm going to eat something really quick and I'll be right back. Maybe I'll bring it with me up here. But yeah, we're going to read through Reddit. We're going to read through Reddit. For now, look at Kazuya. Look at Playboy bunnies. Yeah. I mean, Reiji directly references Playboy on Kazuya's boxers, like straight up. Just Playboy, just not even, like, it's not even subtle. It's just super in your fucking face. It's literally Playboy bunnies on Kazuya's goddamn boxers after he was sexually assaulted. Like, it's just right there in your face. Anyways, I'll leave you guys with this panel. Damn it, I took the camera off. Whoops. Okay, well, it seems like chat's blowing up for weird reasons again. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. And camera set up. Sorry for the wait. If it helps, the stuff I ate was good, and then I ate a chocolate croissant because my mom wanted me to, and then I'm like, this thing's rough. Okay. What's this? Mizuhara, yes. Chizuru, no. Mizuhara should always reject Kazuya. Okay, we're doing the stupid shit again. We're back at the stupid shit again. I see. We're back to the stupid shit again. I don't know how many times I gotta say this, fellas. I don't know how many times I gotta fucking say this, fellas. Mizuhara and Ichinose are the same fucking person. They're both Chizuru. They're the same fucking person. There's no distinction. We just yap and laugh my ass off. Yeah, well, motherfuckers, don't make me pull up a shotgun like I'm Leon S. fucking Kennedy. Don't make me pull out my goddamn shotgun, motherfuckers. Johan comes back and gives you answers. I'm here and I'm giving answers, and it sounds fucking silly. This shit sounds fucking silly. No, the problem is that Kazuya's no. Look. Ichinose and Mizuhara are the same person. They're directly connected. The problem with Kazuya calling her Mizuhara isn't simply calling her Mizuhara. It's the fact that it forces her into the role of the rental girlfriend. She's, however, trying to actively break out of that. The reason it becomes an issue is that it's creating a distinction between the two. That's the problem with the readers. That's what I don't like. There's this distinction being drawn between Mizuhara and Ichinose where they're the same person. If Kazuya called her Chizuru, both would be free because she is both. She is not one or the other. Mizuhara will not reject Kazuya just as Ichinose will not reject Kazuya. They are one and the same. Chizuru is the one who rejected him, not Mizuhara or Ichinose. The problem is Chizuru's being trapped in the rental girlfriend role. Okay, whoa, what the fuck is going on? But really need his take on last chapter showing the number 55, 57, and 31. Well, we already talked about 57. 57 is when Chizuru goes to Kazuya's place, because she lost her keys. And she walks into his place, she tries to reach her own place, and then Mami shows up, and they end up in the same position Kazuya and Mami are in right now. At least that's before. Chapter 57 in particular is like when Chizuru lets Kazuya into her personal life. Then they go to meet Grandma Sayuri in chapter 58. And then afterwards, in 59 and 60, they end up together in the house, in Kazuya's house in particular. So... And what did Kazuya do then? He left the door unlocked, and Mami was able to walk in. And then they just happened to get lucky, and Mami left. Chapter 31, I don't fucking know. That's connected to Umi, so that could directly connect to Umi's whole thing. 57 makes some sense, in particular for the number 7 and the number 5. 5 is connected to Kazuya, 7 is connected to Mami. It makes a whole lot of sense. Mami never led Kazuya in any deeper than the surface. Chizuru actually did. That's where she's actively doing in these chapters is essentially striking contrast. So this entire sequence, for instance, is a direct reference to when Chizuru goes to Kazuya's house in chapter 240. Now, you'll notice something very interesting. It is at night, but it's lit up, right? When Mami tells Kazuya to close the door, it's at night. Now, let's go to Chizuru when Chizuru tells Kazuya to close the door. Despite telling him to close the door in this chapter, she's all lit up. She's not trying to hide anything from him. The only thing she's keeping secret is from Ruka. But from him, she's not hiding anything. Now, look at Mami. Look at the portion with Mami. She's literally actively hiding shit from him. They're literally both in shadows. She's literally actively hiding shit from him. The entire time. Even the shed incident where Kazuya and Chizuru are both in the dark, literally they're in a shared secret. Look at this. Right? Despite Kazuya and Chizuru both being in a shared secret, what is Chizuru doing? She's seeing his own darkness. She's not blind to him. She looks him dead in the fucking eye. She's not blind to him. She's not looking away from him. She's not hidden in darkness. She's not the only thing Chizuru is hiding here is her own feelings, and yet Kazuya can hear them. Right? Kazuya can literally hear her desires that she's trying to hide. But she lets him hear it. Right? He can hear it. He knows. Okay? In contrast, look at Mami. Everything is hidden. She's literally actively lying to him. She's actively lying about her intentions and what she's trying to do. Look at her eyes. They're deceiving. They're misleading. You're seeing how Mami, when put in a position of pressure. So I describe this exact same thing with Ruka. When characters are put in positions of pressure, what does it do? It lets you see who they really are, because how they react to that pressure is their real them. How does Kazuya react to pressure? Instantly turns to, I love Chizuru. Instantly turns to, I love Chizuru. Immediately. Right? It's his go-to solution to solve all of his problems. Right? And why does he say it? To avoid this conversation, to avoid this conflict of desire. What is he doing? He's literally avoiding the issue. With Ruka, he did something very similar. Rather than look at Ruka and just address the issue, he runs away. Then he freezes at the door, and then when Ruka grabs him and pulls him in, he tells her, I love Chizuru, again to stop her. But what is he doing? He's avoiding the conversation. Now look at Mami. What does Mami do? She asks for permission. Yet she is in the position of power. Right? She asks her position despite being in a position of power. Right? She's saying please, but she knows she's in control and she's going to get what she wants. It's literally like her dad. Okay, let's keep going. What does Mami do after? She holds him. Notice how she holds him in place. She asks, can we stay like this? But she's holding him in place. Right? Then the dudes show up and she gets an excuse. She uses that opportunity. She already told him what she wanted to do, but she uses these dudes showing up as an opportunity. And yet, isn't it fascinating? We never see these dudes actually hitting on Mami. She just tells us they were. Did we ever actually see this? So what does Mami fall back on when put in a situation of pressure? Her manipulation. Her lies. When push comes to shove, Mami falls on her lies. By the way, that was. Did anybody catch the pun there? Falls. They fell. Okay. Yeah. What does Mami do? She falls on her lies. She falls back on them. Right. She lies to get what she wants. When push comes to shove, when Mami is put under pressure, she lies. Then she tries to seduce, as she's always seduced before. When Kazuya tries to question her, she deflects. She doesn't say what she wants. She just kind of implies she would like sex. Okay, so do you love him or do you want sex? What do you desire? Right? She's not clear about what she wants. She doesn't clarify what she wants. And Kazuya sees it clearly. Oh, she's trying to seduce him. She lowers her eyes. She shields herself. What is Mami doing here? She's using lies to shield herself. So when push comes to shove for Mami's character, she lies, she pulls, she controls. And most importantly, she deflects. Right? And she deflects in multiple different ways. First, she deflects by saying the guys were hitting on her, so Kazuya should close the door. Then, when Kazuya asks her what she's doing, she deflects by saying it's kind of erotic. She's leaving the solution to him. She literally she leaves all the responsibility in someone else's hands. That's literally what she's doing. She's leaving all the responsibility in his hands. When Kazuya doesn't give her what she wants and she's unhappy with it, she seemingly starts talking about the truth, but then again, she leaves it in his hands. She leaves it in his hands to define who she is, despite, yet again, being in the position of power. Look at how she lays down. She leaves herself powerless. She literally gives up. When push comes to shove for Mami's character, she lies, manipulates, controls, deflects, and ultimately gives up. And lets someone else decide for her. She's laying down like a doll. She's literally just laying down like a doll. She doesn't do anything. In contrast, when push comes to shove for Chizuru, she works her ass off. And she keeps working. Right? And where do you see Chizuru? You see her in light. Yet again, Mami sinks deeper into her shadows. Literally, look at this. Oh my God, it's the theme of shadows again. It's the theme of darkness again. It's the same exact thing. It's literally the exact theme of darkness we've been seeing in the past few chapters. We've seen it with Ruka. We see it in Kazuya's dream. What is happening here? It's literally, doesn't it seem like the darkness is like creeping out of the ground? And like you're literally being dragged down. Right? Out of context, this could even look dangerous or good. Right? Out of context, they could be having sex. Out of context, Kazuya could be doing something dangerous. You don't know. Right? But then you hear the words and, oh, you contextualize it as something sexual. When push comes to shove, Mami runs away. She's just like him. She deflects and runs away. She manipulates to get what she wants. In contrast, we see Chizuru working hard, open in the light, clearly visible. You know exactly what's going on. Isn't she curious, though, if she still loves Kazuya? Hence why she revealed her conversation with Mizuhara from Hawaiians. Could Mami just be attracted to the thing she can't control? Maybe when someone gets too attached, she gets turned off and pushes him out of her life. You're overthinking it just a tad. Not quite. Yes, Mami is in particular attracted to the things that she cannot control. Particularly why? Because she wants to feel alive. If she can control it, she doesn't really feel alive. However, what she does get is a sense of domination. A domination she wants to enforce on her own family, who are controlling her. It's literally her lashing out. Both results get her what she wants. If she gives up control, she can get rid of this idea. She can let someone control her, and it lets her both be in this idea of like her family, because that's what she's used to. She's used to being controlled, but it lets her be free because she's rebelling. Do you see? But it's not like, none of it is true rebellion. None of it is like true rebellion. All of it is just kind of like an escape. Every single thing she does is an escape. When she controls someone, she feels a sense of domination, but it's not the one person she wants to actually be. But it deflects from the fact that she wants to be free, right? In contrast, when she lets someone control her, she feels free, but she's still literally letting someone control her and decide for her. She doesn't know how to live her own life. There has to be a reason why 31 is hanging out the window. Is it in this chapter? Why will people not shut the fuck up about 31? They're in car 57. They're in car 57. What is 57? We've talked about this. You guys got to let this go. Look, 31, it's the Umi thing. It's the Umi thing. What is chapter 31? It's Kazuya following Chizuru and Umi. And he thinks something is happening. Out of context, didn't it look like something was happening? What has been going on with Chizuru and what has been going on with Kazuya, Ruka, and Mami? Out of context, it sure looks like a certain way, doesn't it? It's the same thing as Umi. It literally verbatim the same fucking thing, except now it's on Kazuya. That's it. That's literally all it is. If there's more, we don't know. If there is more, we do not know. Don't think about it too hard. When you think about something a little too hard, you get trapped in that cycle and you just get stuck. And you're going to keep thinking and thinking until you get until you come to some sort of convoluted conclusion. I fell into this trap multiple fucking times. You probably seen me fall into this trap myself. Chapter 57. What is 57? Oh, look, it's when Chizuru took Kazuya to the batting cages. Okay? Kazuya is getting to see this private part of Chizuru. What is happening with Mami in this chapter? He's seeing a private part of Mami. Except that part is a lie, whereas this part is real. That is literally what you're being told. Everything Kazuya is experiencing with Mami is a lie. Every single part of it is a lie. She's hiding something. It hides so much. There's so much being hidden in front of your face. Right? Whereas Ruka wishes to be seen and she's in shadows, Mami does not want to be seen. That is the difference between those two scenes. Mami does not want to be seen. She just wants to be held and taken care of and have all of her problems fucking solved. Ruka wishes to be seen. Ruka wants Kazuya to really see her and look at her. But she turns off the lights. Afraid of being seen. She's scared of really letting herself out. And Kazuya doesn't help her with that. You know? She has to turn on the lights herself. She has to open the curtain herself. Mami likes the shadows. Mami likes to be hidden. Hiding is easier. Okay? In contrast, you look at Chizuru, she's not hiding anything. She's not trying to hide anything. You see her in the day. And what does she try to do? She tries to be friends first. We're friendly neighbors. We get along. She high-fives him. Everyone is looking at them. Look. Here's another thing. Here's these dudes looking at them. What does Chizuru do? She has nothing to hide in front of these people. She doesn't let how other people react define how she feels. She has nothing to hide from these people. Mami does. Right? Mami uses people negatively. Chizuru does not let them influence her. Okay? Then Chizuru takes him to go see Grandma Sayuri. Right? And Grandma Sayuri tells him about the stuff she was going on with her. The reason why I think 31 has relevance in last chapters, as soon as Kazuya falls on top of Mami, you see 31. Fine, let's go to it. Fine. Okay, let's go see number 31 as soon as Kazuya falls on top of Mami. Okay, 57. Where's the 31? 57, 31, 55. Okay, I mean, cool, it's just the number of the cars. 57 seems more relevant here. 31 is contextual. And then 55, what was 55? Yeah. When Chizuru tells Kazuya that it made her really happy that he cheered her up. Mami never does any of this. So all of these things, all of those chapters have one commonality. All of those chapters have one commonality. Do you want to know what that commonality is? Right? Do you want to know what that commonality is between all of those chapters? There's a reason every single one of them is referenced. They all show the truth. Something looks a particular way at first, and then it's recontextualized. Okay? Chapter 52. Chapter 55. What happens? Kazuya's dad shows up, and he's pissed at Kazuya for taking money from Chizuru when Kazuya was giving her money. Okay? Something looks a particular way. His dad is wrong. You see Chizuru thought it looked a particular way, and she tells him the truth. Okay? Chizuru tells Kazuya the truth. Go to chapter 31. What's chapter 31? Kazuya sees Umi and Chizuru, and it looks a particular way. Confrontation happens. Chizuru tells Kazuya the truth. And Kazuya realizes he's been wrong the whole time. And then Umi tells him the truth, and he's been wrong the whole time. Chapter 57. What's going on? Chizuru takes Kazuya to the batting cages. Why did Mizuha ask me to join? We're friendly neighbors. She tells him the truth. Right? Am I on a real date right now? Just so we're clear, the same day, this is not a date. I know that. Everything is fine because you're not someone suspicious, right? Huh? Right? Or are you? Of course not. So from now on, let's get along like friendly neighbors do. Every single scene, something looks a particular way, and she tells him the truth. Something looks a particular way because of what these guys said. Uh-oh, am I standing too close to her? She doesn't care. She gets closer. No, you're not too close. It's okay. High fives. She takes him to Grandma Sayuri. It looks a certain way, and it's cleared up to you. Then you read chapter 58. What happens in 58? Grandma Sayuri tells us how Chizuru looks a certain way, and she's something else. What is the repeating motif between all of these chapters? What is the commonality? Something looks a certain way, and you see the truth. What is the significance of Kazuya changing his hair? I know he's working to changing himself, but emotionally I feel like he's the same, if not worse. No, so what Kazuya is actually different. Much different. You think Kazuya is the same emotionally. He's a very different person. In fact, he's worse. He's not the same Kazuya. The current Kazuya is much, much worse. So here, I'll kind of read you. I wrote a little thing talking about the significance of Kazuya's hair changing. So I'll read it to you really quick. I was writing it yesterday. It kind of randomly came to me. We kept saying we wanted the cool Kazuya already. Yet now, having been with Kazuya with black hair, and even the odd Kazuya ever since the Hawaiians arc for so long, we miss the old Kazuya. The one we kept saying sucked is now gone. The one we berated and called the worst, and now he literally is becoming worse. Because we kept saying he is. The new Kazuya represents a different Kazuya. Not the Kazuya that we know, but the Kazuya who has lost his identity and become someone else. That is what the black hair represents. In fact, if you want it like spelled out for you in like the most detailed fucking way possible, it's literally there when he changes his hair. Chapter 399. This is literally when he changes his hair. Straight up, straight up. He changes his hair. Kazuya gets the new black hair. He gets home, and his home is a mess. He looks in the mirror and he says, "Who are you?" What did that just tell you? His exterior changed. His interior is a complete mess. And he looks in the mirror and he does not recognize himself. There you go. Page 1 spells it out for you. Literally page 1 spells it out for you. That this is not the same Kazuya. This is a completely different person. He's a completely different person. The Kazuya you once loved and knew is not here. He's gone. And hopefully we can get him back somehow, but he's gone. And in order to maybe get that Kazuya back, we have to accept that he's gone. So much of this current arc is about acceptance and letting go. In order to actually have the thing that we desire, we must be willing to let it go. And Kazuya cannot let go. He has not let go of who he is. He has not let go of Chizuru. He can't let go of anything. He can't let go of Mami. He can't let go of Ruka. He can't let go of Minnie. Nothing. He cannot accept that people may turn on him. Why? Because when people turned on him in Hawaiians, it destroyed him. So he's been trapped in that trauma ever since. And because he doesn't know who he is and doesn't value himself, that stuff gets to him. Let's see. I do think all of this is floating around in Reiji's head when he puts the numbers in the taxis. I bet you could add up every number and find some connection to chapter 120 something or whatever too. 55. 50, 50, 100. 5 plus 7. That's 12. I think. Am I counting weird? Yeah, it's 12. So 112 plus chapter 31. So it would be 40. I've never been good with numbers. 40. So it was 112 plus 131. 143. So 143 is the number. Oh, 143 is Ruka's birthday. I think. Could be wrong. Could be. Oh no, isn't it 143 when she's? Oh. Wait, is 143 what I think it is? Is that when Chizuru talks to Sayuri? Oh my god, it is! Oh my god, it is! Chizuru, that moment when love takes root, do you know about it? It's when talking about that person fills you with laughter and joy. Wow. It's also when Sumi shows up, weirdly enough. It's also when Sumi shows up. Weird. That's cool. Could be a thing. Could be an Easter egg. Could be us completely overthinking it. Is he gone completely or is he still there? He's there, but he's... No. So the real Kazuya is there, but he's disappearing. He's disappearing because Kazuya doesn't know who he is. So he's literally erasing himself. He's erasing the traits of himself that make up who he is. So he's still there, but he's erasing himself. Right? And eventually, like, there comes a point where you really, really lose yourself and you have to start reflecting on who you are and try to remember. You know? So what I'm saying is Kazuya lost who he is. It doesn't mean he's gone. He's just not here right now. You miss that other Kazuya. He's still there in part, but he's kind of gone too. He's not really fully there anymore. He's kind of like a shell of who he used to be, if you will. How on God's green earth is Bro gonna find himself before meeting Chizuru again? Who said he is? Who said he is? Because pay attention to the story. He's been losing himself more and more and more and more. We're literally sinking deeper and deeper. With each chapter, something worse happens. The only thing I could see happening is not that Kazuya finds himself, but that Kazuya... Well, I think the way Kazuya tends to find himself is he does things for other people. But so he could find that self. He could find the brave hero underneath, if you will. But that's also not the full version of him. I think Chizuru needs to help him find himself. That's what I think Reiji's building to, for everything to crash and burn. Reiji's building up for everything to crash and fucking burn. And then once it does, they can rebuild. That's pretty much how it is. I could see Kazuya somehow stopping the house from being sold. Or Chizuru does ultimately sell it and let it go. And that could destroy Kazuya. That could be interesting. Both could work. He could stop it before it happens, or Chizuru could actually sell it and let it go. You know? Which would be pretty thematically interesting. Just as she lets her parents go, she lets Kazuya go. But we'll see. We'll see. If she'll just wrap it up, or if she'll get flashbacks with her grandparents, Kazuya telling her not to sell it, maybe I'm overthinking it. Well, Kazuya never told her not to sell it. Kazuya never told her not to sell it. And I doubt her parents would be against her selling it. You know, if she needs to, she needs to. The question is the motivation of why she's selling it. Does she need to sell it? Is this chapter relevant to the theory of you about Kazuya's broken hero's journey? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. There is a part in the hero's journey called dealing with the temptress. That is kind of where Kazuya is. He's dealing with his temptations. So we can pull it up. So as I've explained in the past, for anyone that's new, we are essentially undergoing a hero's journey. Kazuya literally follows it like verbatim. So let's pull it up. So the hero's journey literally starts for a call to adventure. Okay, well, it's fuck off. Okay. For the love of goodness gracious, fine. How do I do this? Open image in a new window? Where's the image? Open image in a new tab. There we go. So Act 1 is the separation. Act 2 is the supreme ordeal. Act 3 is the unification. Okay. The separation literally starts when you leave home. Okay. So we're literally following these steps for fucking Betum. Okay. Ordinary world and the call to adventure. Hook. Bargaining without knowing or refusal of the call. Okay. Meeting the mentor. Supernatural aid meeting the white spirit. Kazuya's mentor. Who is she? Minnie. Minnie is Kazuya's mentor. Road of trials. Tests. Whale's belly. Enemies. Allies. Obstacles. First threshold. Crossing the first threshold. The final test. Plot point number 1. Approach to the innermost cave. Hiryo's cameos. Sacred marriage. Meeting the shadow self. Right? Kazuya literally has met his shadow self. He's literally starting to deal with his shadow self. Wild bride at Birmingham, meeting with the goddess and the god. At one meant with the father and mother, finding love in the underworld. Okay? So literally, where's Kazuya going? He's literally sinking into the underworld. Where we've been seeing Kazuya, he's literally sinking into shadows. Okay? Ordeal. Dismemberment, wandering, harrowing of the soul. Who's going through a whole lot of guilt right about fucking now? Who's going through a lot of guilt right about fucking now? Elixir, theft, ultimate boon, reward. Second threshold, crossing the second threshold, new rules, midpoint, reversal. Refusal of the return, apotheosis, realm of the wild woman or man. Okay. Rescue from without. Right? Who sure as fuck feels like he's in need of a fucking rescue right about now? Right? Refusal of the return, Kazuya is refusing to return home. What is it? Realm of the wild woman or man. Literally, this is nodding to the temptress or the tempter. Death of the dream, the black moment. Dark night of the soul, realization. We're not there yet. We are not at this point yet. Okay. This is around the ascent to the magic flight. Okay. Showdown, catharsis, climax, once we reach the third threshold. The sacrifice. If we're following the plot points presented by Steins Gate, what does Okuba ultimately have to do? He has to sacrifice himself to save Korosu. This is where Kazuya is going to have to sacrifice again. Kazuya has not been sacrificing. Kazuya's biggest thing is his sacrifices, and he has not been sacrificing. He has lost his will to protect. He hasn't really been sacrificing for Chizuru anymore, and so the moment he's willing to sacrifice again and to live for himself again and to live for those that he cares about again, then we can truly start. Okay, so showdown, catharsis, climax, resurrection, the world dancer, wrap up, master of the two worlds, incorporation. Master of the two worlds, you literally master your two inner sides. What is Kazuya's literal issue right now? He's literally out of sync with his body. He's out of sync with his inner darkness. He has to master his two worlds. And eventually he's going to die and be resurrected. Just like Okuba dies and is resurrected. Just like Korosu dies and is resurrected. Just as all the characters in Steins Gate literally fucking die and are resurrected. The fourth threshold, freedom to live. How does that fall in line with a character like Mami? Literally, what is Mami's thing? She wants freedom. Mami's whole thing wants freedom. Kazuya needs the freedom to live again. Chizuru needs to be free to live again. Right? It is the contrast between the ordinary world, the center of the world, and the special world. Whereas Kazuya right now, he's kind of in the special world. He's exited the ordinary world, how things felt normal and natural. Everything's fucking weird now, isn't it? He's literally in the special world. He's undergoing a hero's journey and a coming-of-age narrative, but it's kind of broken, right? It's kind of broken, but he needs to undergo it to remember who he is. The reason it's broken is because he's already undergone this. The reason it's so broken is because he's essentially already undergone the hero's journey in the very beginning of the series. The reason it's broken now is because he has to undergo it again to truly find himself again. He's lost who he is. So the reason it's broken is that it's a reversed and inverted hero's journey. He's essentially undergoing this process as in a natural sense, but more so to truly find himself. Whereas before, he kind of found himself and he didn't. He found himself and then he lost himself. And this is about truly finding yourself. And the reason it's broken is because he's already done it before. And he doesn't realize he's doing it again. And all the things in the thing are not quite accurate, right? There are certain things for example, in the hero's journey, one aspect is that the mentor doesn't actually always help you. In particular, there are special cases, for instance, here's a great example. Expedition 33 follows an also broken hero's journey. Mayel's journey in Expedition 33 is literally two separate hero's journeys together. And it's literally broken. And she also finds a mentor. And that mentor needed to go away for her to truly find herself. Yet at the same time, that mentor could have actually changed everything. It's a double-edged sword. The mentor needed to be removed from Mayel's life because he was holding her back. On the other hand, his presence in the story might have actually solved all of the fucking problems if he had stayed. You see how it has a double meaning. In this current story, our mentor figure is Minnie. Minnie's our mentor figure, period. However, Minnie's issue is actually more of the neutral route where she actually needs to fuck off. While at the same time, it's kind of similar in the sense that she needs to be around. How does that work? She needs to not be involved in their relationship super hard and actually just let them fucking be. While at the same time, she needs to be present for her friends' lives. She needs to actually give a fucking shit about them. That's how Minnie needs to fuck off but be present. Because Minnie does matter. She is a fuck up. She's making everything worse. But she still matters and she needs to be present. Just not present in the way she's been up until this point. So yes, literally we are in fact undergoing a hero's journey. I don't know if we've hit a midpoint yet. I don't think we're here yet. I don't think we're at the second threshold. We've definitely hit the first threshold. Verso playing the piano haunts my dreams. Yes. Yep. Anyways, I'm pretty sure we're around here. We're descending into the abyss. And the visual motif of the darkness that we've been getting constantly plays into that perfectly. Right? What have we been getting ever since Kazuya and Chizuru have separated? Literally a constant motif of darkness. Just literally constantly we're sinking into the abyss. Right? So it literally feels like this is where we are. We are we are about to reach the second threshold. And the second threshold is the new rules, the midpoint, and the reversal. So when things start reversing. We have not hit a reversal yet. So we can absolutely say this is where we are. Right? We've gone through this. We're at this point. I can say we're maybe at the ordeal. I can probably say we're at the ordeal. We're at dismemberment, wandering, and the harrowing of the soul. This feels like where we are. Okay? This kind of feels like this is where we are. We're at this point. The dismemberment, wandering, and harrowing of the soul. Elixir theft, ultimate boon, and reward. Okay, so ultimate boon and reward, doesn't that sound a whole lot like what Minnie's been saying? Kazuya should be rewarded. Kazuya should be rewarded. Right, so we'll see. But I do think we're getting close to this to Act 2, the Supreme Ordeal. right? We're definitely getting close to the supreme ordeal. We're not quite there yet. I think Sumi showing up might be the beginning. I think once we hit 420, I could see things reversing. I can see the reversal beginning when we hit part 20, 420. I could see it being that would be the start of the reversal. The true supreme ordeal, the true conflict begins. All right. And again, the reason the stalling has been so effective for me from a writing standpoint is the contrast with destruction. You know, whereas on one hand, Kazuya is stalling, this is contrasted by the constant destruction and deconstruction of literally everything around him. Right. Mami is not how she's appeared or how we've understood her, yet she's also acting pretty similar. Ruka fucking sexually assaulted Kazuya. Umi is not who we expect him to be. Minnie's acting weird. Chizuru's acting weird. We're literally sinking into the abyss, right? Everything is being torn apart as a contrast. When the anime airs, maybe, yes, the first episode should release around the same time 420 begins. And that should be when we begin to approach the second threshold. Why does that matter? Well, by episode 3, we're going to hit that abyss. So by episode 3, we're going to start hitting when Mami reveals everything. That's going to start. So just as that's going to start, I could see Reiji, what he would try to do is rather than have a positive thing purely happening when the anime starts airing, rather he has two escalations happening together. That's what I could see Reiji doing. 2 escalations happening together, and naturally 2 climaxes happening together. The 2 climaxes being the kiss that happens in Hawaiians, and whatever positive direction we might start taking here, where Kazuya starts taking some sort of action. So yeah, is Chizuru on her hero's journey? Is she around third threshold? No, Chizuru is not undergoing a hero's journey. No, Chizuru is not undergoing a hero's journey. In particular, the importance of a hero's journey lies for self-discovery. Chizuru knows who she is. Chizuru is not undergoing a hero's journey. If anything, she already knows who she is. Chizuru underwent her hero's journey in the 3 months. In returning home. She's already undergone all of this. Chizuru literally already did all of this. In the past chapters. No, this is Kazuya undergoing this. No. So Chizuru has already undergone her hero's journey. That already happened. Chizuru is not undergoing any hero's journey. She's already undergone hers. Kazuya is the only one undergoing a hero's journey here. Okay? So I do have to clear that up. Chizuru is not undergoing a hero's journey. She's not. She's already did that. She already knows who she is. She remembered who she is. She found herself again, to some degree. What Chizuru needs to find is her love. You don't need a hero's journey for your love. In particular, a hero's journey is generally used for a kind of the protagonist character. And while, for example, when we play Expedition 33, we tend to play as Verso, Mael is her own protagonist. So it's a little bit different. It's like for Chizuru, she is a protagonist, but she's already found herself. She doesn't need to find herself again. So Chizuru is not undergoing a hero's journey. Her journey is not of self-discovery. It's of understanding her love, or not understanding her love. It's about finding out what love is. Chizuru does not need to undergo any journey. It's Kazuya who's undergoing a journey. Right? Chizuru does not need to undergo a journey. What Chizuru is trying to do, we don't quite know. We don't fully know what Chizuru is trying to do. Yeah, I'm not sure how I would label Chizuru's current journey. Yeah, I'm not sure how I would label Chizuru's current journey. She's maybe the other side of the journey, but yeah, no, for her, it's not about self-discovery, so the hero's journey doesn't work. For Chizuru, it's not a coming-of-age journey, so the hero's journey doesn't work for her. For Kazuya, it absolutely does. He's the one who left home. Chizuru still hasn't left her home. Chizuru is selling her home. She's literally getting rid of a home. So if anything, you could think of what Chizuru is doing as the opposite, where whereas she found her home and she found her place and she found her people, she's now literally selling her physical home. Right? So this thing that she shared with all these people is now something she's going to sell. Because they are what matter to her. Right? Not so it's literally telling you Chizuru already found her solution. Right? Chizuru already found her solution. She's selling her home. She already knows who she is. That sounds delusional. No offense. Talking to me? You talking to me? Let's see. Those latest chapters were kind of woo. I haven't seen any evidence of Chizuru trying to end the relationship. When did I say she's trying to end the relationship? When the fuck did I say she was trying to end the relationship? What? I said Chizuru was trying to end the relationship. If I did, it must have like slipped my tongue or something. Oh, what Marcelo said. Oh. Does anyone here see Chizuru selling Ginnette family house as her trying to definitively end the relationship with Kazi? Okay, no. Yeah. No. Marcelo's takes have always been kind of wild. Marcelo's takes have always been kind of wild. Yeah, I know. Marcelo's takes have always been kind of wild. They're interesting. Never feel accurate. Never quite feel accurate. Anyways, I'm going to read what else people said. The last chapters were kind of woo. I hope things get wee again soon, as SK would say. Yeah. We're going to stay for woo a little while, unfortunately. Do you think, as we were subverted with Minnie and Chizuru's bomb, Kazuya is the actual bomb that might explode? I think that this Mami thing, him saying stupid Ruka in 415 and his rant with Chizuru when drunk, he's seeking more and more with no diffusion. Yeah, I mean, Kazuya is the bomb. We're literally sinking into the abyss. So you're saying that when the episode of the anime of the second kiss airs, something in the manga at that point would push Kazuya to take action? I think so. I think it's very possible. I think Reishi will try to like unite the two climaxes together and hit like a positive. And so when we start the anime, remember, when we start the anime for season 5, we're going to be hitting a low and like multiple consecutive lows. Okay? First we're going to start with Mami like we're going to start with Mami's backstory, which in itself is a fucking low. Then we're going to have the weird thing between Ruka and Curry. Then we're going to have Chizuru having a confrontation with Mami, and that in itself is going to lead into a low. Then you're going to get chapter 218, which is a low. And then you're going to go into like this, then you're going to go into Kazi and Chizuru separating, which is going to be another fucking low. And then just to push that even further home, we're going to break into the family finding out about Kazi and Chizuru, and they're going to get really negative. It's going to get dark, and slowly but surely that go lower and lower and lower and lower until ultimately we get to the kiss and we reverse it and we start going up. So I think that's essentially where we're heading, is like Reishi's trying to literally sink us into the goddamn abyss. Okay, he's gonna it's gonna get darker and darker and darker, and you know I think it's gonna ironically start with Sumi. Whatever's gonna happen with Mami here is not gonna be good. Okay, whatever's gonna happen with Mami here is probably not gonna be good. When we get to Sumi, it might not be immediately positive. If anything, I could see the interaction with Sumi appearing positive, but because it takes place literally exactly a month from Kazuya's last date with Chizuru, remember, he's meeting Sumi on June 17th. He went on his date with Chizuru on May 17th. Why is this relevant? Well, because Kazuya's date was based on Sumi's date, the date he went on with Sumi when he was practice dating with Sumi. It was based on that. So Kazuya going on this could slowly start realizing how he's been fucking up. Do you see how that could start dropping into a low? Right? With each chapter with Sumi, he learns more and more how he fucked up with Chizuru. until he hits a fucking bottom when he realizes like how hard she was trying for him and what she was doing for him. And maybe there's some sort of revelation, you know, he might come to some sort of revelation of what the fuck has been going on. And boom, we hit a super deep low. And then right after, we start getting into a high, right? Refusal of return, realm of the wild woman or man, right? You start going back up. Jordan 18 censorship is going to be wild. It's going to be interesting how they censor it. Like, if they do it just like the beginning of the series, it would be fine. If they just do it like the beginning of the series, it should be fine. If you don't know what I mean, it's what they did in like chapter 1. Yeah, if you're not sure what I'm talking about, it's what they did in chapter 1. Where they kind of just copied chapter 1. Yeah, so Mami rejects him. Kazuya imagines Mami with another guy. When they showed this, it was something like this. You didn't really see any boobies or anything. They just kind of just blurred. They just didn't draw the nipples. They just didn't draw the nipples. Right? So I could see them doing something like that. I have no idea how they're going to adapt it, and I have no doubt the anime community will turn into an absolute shit show because they always do. They always do. Jaws is having the time of his life. Oh, I know, he came. Wait. He showed up here. He showed up here, not the other thing. Yes, I know. Jaws showed up here. I'm aware. Let's see. Jaws says, I think she's very apprehensive about opening up about her feelings again after Toro, so she wants him to answer for her about her feelings. But as of now, she's basically accepted her feelings for him. Yes, but it's rooted in delusion. Framing it as a question is interesting, putting it back on Kazuya to interpret her. Yeah, it's almost like a defensive thing. If she doesn't say it, she won't get hurt, a type of thing. Exactly, that's literally what it is. I'm reading what Jaws wrote. It fits with being expected to fill a role, defined by her father, but also taking control. She also kind of knows that no matter the outcome, there's not much that she can really do about her feelings. So it's kind of a bitter either way. Yeah, I mean, this whole thing is just Mami just unwilling to accept that her situation fucking sucks. That's kind of the issue. Right? That's kind of the issue. It's Mami just unwilling to accept that her situation fucking sucks. And she doesn't want to take control over her life, so she hands control over to Kazuya. He is correct. It is a defensive mechanism. He is correct. It is, in fact, a defensive mechanism. The problem is that defensive mechanism is disguising what you've actually done. And until you confront that, you can never truly get your freedom or find the love that you desire. And I think Mami could definitely learn about the love that she actually desires by seeing Kazuya and Chizuru honestly. This is why the reference to the Princess and the Frog that Reiji did when Kazuya and Chizuru were living together makes a lot of sense, because there's a character who is not quite like Mami, but is similar. If any of you have seen Princess and the Frog, there's a character named Charlotte. She's great. I love Charlotte, okay? But there is a problem with Charlotte. She has a character journey too. Oh my god, I'm misspelling Charlotte. Fine, thank you. Princess and the Frog. Oh my god. Princess and the Frog. Okay. So Charlotte, this character is great. I love Charlotte, okay? She's fantastic. But there's a tiny problem with Charlotte. Charlotte thinks that she'll find her happiness if she marries a man. Right? That's how she's kind of perceived it. Her dad doesn't suck like Mami. Her dad does not suck like Mami. But she needs a prince. She believes she needs a prince. She doesn't know what love is. She has no idea what the fuck love is. Okay? And when she sees Tiana, I believe her name is, and I forgot the prince's name. Oh, there he is. Naveen. When she sees Tiana and Naveen sacrifice for each other, and choose to be with each other despite their flaws, she learns this is real love. Oh, this is what I wanted. I kept telling myself I needed this, I needed that. In reality, what I wanted is for someone to see me and love me for me. I wanted the free. It's not that she was not able to choose. That's the difference between Charlotte and Mami. It's not that she wasn't able to choose. It's that she was letting someone else choose for her merely because he was a prince. Right? And when she sees what real love is, she learns the hard way she has to get that herself. That is Mami's journey. She has to learn to get that herself. She doesn't need Kazuya to solve it for her. This also somewhat parallels Ruka, who literally calls Kazuya like her prince. Right? The parallels between them are not subtle because Hakuba is Hakuba's name, the guy Mami is betrothed to, his name is White Horse. Not White Knight on a horse, White Horse. AKA someone who's going to save her, but he's not actually a white knight. So he's not saving anybody. And when you look at him, he's literally, his entire motif is black. So let me show you this guy. So this guy right here, this guy's the one Mami is betrothed to. Her family betrothed her to him. His full name, I think it's like Taru Hakuba. His full name means white horse. That's it. Now now why is it that? It's a fancy aristocratic name. It's a very fancy aristocratic name. Okay? However, look at him. His entire motif is black. Right? His whole motif is black. He is no knight. He's not going to save Mami. What does Mami want Kazuya to be? What does Kazuya have? Kazuya has a white knight complex. He literally wants to be a hero. Right? Remember when Kazuya goes to the nursery arc? Right? Who remembers the nursery arc? When Kazuya goes to the nursery arc, what do the kids call him? The Great Demon King. Right, so when Kazuya does this, whoa, cool, you're too good. The Great Demon King of Kendanyama. I told you, call me the hero. Why do you think he likes Minnie? Why do you think Kazuya likes Minnie? You're a brave hero, and I'll be cheering you on from the front row. He likes Minnie because she literally validates his hero complex. Okay, so Kazuya wants to be a hero. What does Mami want? She wants a hero. Isn't Mami literally just the inversion of Minnie? Minnie calls Kazuya a hero. Mami wants a hero. She wants a white knight in shining armor to save her from her problems that she doesn't want to deal with on her own, that she doesn't want to deal with herself. Dude looks like Malfoy's right-hand man. He looks like Mami's dad, like a younger version of him. Yeah, he does look very stereotypical, for sure. His literal hoodie means, his literal hoodie literally reads priority. Whereas Kazuya's hoodie is blank. Do you want to know why Kazuya's hoodie is blank? Because he's blank. He's empty. He's literally empty. There's nothing there. There's no defining characteristic. It's just a white hoodie. Minnie's hoodie shows herself. Literally the part that she hides things. The nerve symbol literally represents how she hides things. You look at Mami, Right? What does Mami's hoodie read? Agron of Paris. So Paris. She's a romantic. She wants this amazing romance that's presented. Right? What is a very typical where does a very stereotypical French romance? Right? The hero saves the princess. Oh, look at the sexy man saving the girl. Right? Mami wants a hero. Minnie hides herself and idolizes Kazuya as a hero. And this dude is called a hero, but he's no hero. Whereas Kazuya has a hero complex. Do you see the problem? Mami's entire journey is about realizing she does not need a hero. She needs to be her own hero. No one's going to champion her other than herself. If you can't champion yourself, how can you champion others? Kazuya's entire journey is about learning what it means to actually be, again to his journey's name, a hero. What does it mean to be a hero? He wants to be called a hero, but what does it mean to be a hero? A hero accepts when he is the villain. A hero accepts that destiny is out of his control. And that's how he truly takes charge. Kazuya wants to control his destiny. You accept destiny as out of your control and you take control. Because when you try to control it, what are you doing? It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You try to change your destiny, it will ultimately become the thing you don't want it to be. That is Kazuya's journey. He needs to learn what it means to truly be a hero. He wants to be a hero. He is undergoing a hero's journey. He literally wants to be called a hero. And he is called the Great Demon King, and he doesn't like that. And yet, what's fascinating about this? Who self-proclaims herself as the Great Demon King? When that's not her. Right? There's a certain character who self-proclaims as the Great Demon King. And that is not her. Demon King of the Sixth Heaven, Minnie Oda, has returned to her castle. Minnie literally calls herself a Demon King. Isn't that interesting? Minnie self-proclaims as a Demon King when she's not anything. If Kazuya's time with Sumi is going to be the dark times that's going to break Kazuya, then it would be very ironic as the most innocent person in the story is going to bring the darkest moment maybe. That's what I've been saying. I think Sumi's return might be, it's going to look very cute and innocent, and it might bring the truest darkness in the entire story, which would be incredible. It would be such an incredible subversion. This character that represents innocence and kindness literally deals with the deepest darkness. That would be so fitting. So yeah, chapter 420, give us like 3 weeks, dude. In 3 weeks, shit's gonna get crazy. And it's already been getting crazy. But I think we're gonna hit the deep low by 420. That's kind of what it feels like. It feels like 420 might be when the reversal begins. Because we've been referencing Hawaiians. Hawaiians is about to start. It's all kind of there. It's all kind of there, and it feels like we're about to start the big reversal. But we gotta hit that low. We really gotta hit that low. And if you've been paying attention to Reiji a little bit, Reiji is gonna sink into that fucking low. Seriously, remember Hawaiians very carefully, right? Hawaiians is like a deep, deep low, right? When Reiji dropped us to a fucking low, it didn't just like move on. He let that sink in for like a few chapters. We kept getting lower and lower and lower and lower, and like, Jesus fucking Christ, how low can you go? And he's like, watch me, I'm gonna sink deeper. That's exactly why the kiss is so effective. People don't give the kiss any credit. They're just like, it's the best part of the arc. What they don't realize is the reason the kiss is so fucking good is because Reiji like dropped you to such a unfathomable low that you could have never perceived, right? It's a kind of low that I think many writers would be afraid to do, right? I think a lot of writers would be really afraid to do that kind of low because if you go that low, it can be risky. If you fuck up and you go like too low, you can fuck it up. 420 is going to be the opposite of a high, lol, get it. Reishi does know about our jokes and shit, so he might know about that. He might know about that. It could be like the perception of a high. It could be Kazuya looks high, feels high, but he's not actually high. Reishi is going to sink us into the darkness using Sumi, like in what way? So I already described it earlier. The way I'm perceiving it as, remember, Kazuya is meeting Sumi on June 17th. Kazuya's date with Chizuru was on May 17th, sorry. Why does that matter? What I could see happening with Sumi is that Sumi knows how Chizuru feels about him. And Kazuya based his date on his date with Sumi. In interacting with Sumi, he could slowly, piece by piece, realize what he's been doing, what he did wrong in the entire date. Like, with each chapter, he learns more about how he fucked up. I didn't do this, I didn't do that, I didn't do this, I didn't do that. And then by the end of it, he realizes just how fucking much he mattered to Chizuru. How much she was sacrificing for him, how much she looked up to him. And he is destroying that person. And he sees how much she's been sacrificing for him. Do you see how that could be a low? It's a low in discovery. It's a low in learning the truth. That's how it's a low. Because unfortunately, in life, there are some harsh truths you must accept. Chizuru couldn't do that in the early parts of the series, right? She told Kazuya, like, I hate harsh truths. But now Chizuru has started to accept harsh truths. She started to, like, be okay with it. Okay, I'm willing to accept that stuff. It's not that she wasn't before. It's like she's kind of just didn't like it because of how cruel it was to her grandmother. But then the other option is just as cruel, so she just didn't know what to do. But yeah, like, and you can see why Chizuru would hate a harsh truth because, like, all she's ever received in life is harsh truths. So Chizuru has essentially accepted the harsh truth, right? Whereas Kazuya has not. And he must learn the harsh truth, and the harsh truth is that he had everything and he tossed it away. He had everything and he tossed it away. Imagine what kind of harsh truth that is. Imagine how fucking brutal that is. To know that you had everything and you threw it the fuck away like an idiot. That would break him. That would shatter this man. Dude got hit with a sledgehammer in the knee. That dude ain't getting back up. He's gonna need some fucking rehabilitation, my guy. He ain't getting back the fuck up. He's gonna need a little bit of rehabilitation. That knee is fucked. Okay? So that's why I'm saying it could be a low. If it's similar to the Hawaiian's low, he would have to think it over about it between him and Chizuru. Well, that's the thing. This low would even recontextualize Hawaiians, which would be why I think it would be incredibly perfect to do this low. What do I mean? A big thing about Hawaiians that I've explained to you guys in the past is that you've seen so much of Hawaiians from Kazuya's perspective. You never saw it from Chizuru's perspective. You never saw how Kazuya was pressuring her, but she never blamed him. So, if Reiji uses this time to not only recontextualize the date, but recontextualize Hawaiians, it literally retroactively makes Hawaiians better. Because you never noticed this while reading. Most readers didn't notice this while reading. How Kazuya was pressuring Chizuru, how much was on her shoulder, how she had to deal with the ring, how she had to deal with Mami, how she had to deal with Ruka. All that shit solo for him. And he didn't realize he was adding to that pressure constantly. While he was so busy literally losing her, while he was so busy losing her, she had lost everything. She's losing her family. She's literally getting a second leaf on a family, and she was losing it. So imagine Kazuya learning this while he's out with Sumi, and that retroactively, as you're watching the movie, as you're watching Hawaiians, your mind's like, oh my God, how did I not think about any of this? It would be amazing. It would be amazing. It'd be such an incredible way to rewrite the story in a way that, like, Reiji it was there the whole time. You just didn't think about it. Exactly like Kazuya. Which, by the way, interestingly, I was reading this article talking about memory loss, which, by the way, suddenly makes a lot of sense why Reiji would depict it this way. So basically, this article was essentially saying where when you try to suppress your emotions, you literally forget things. Because what your mind is doing is that it's so busy, basically it has to choose, right? When you want to suppress your emotions, your mind essentially has to choose. Do I retain what I'm interacting with, or do I focus on suppressing this memory? Suppressing this emotion. Do I focus on suppressing this emotion, or do I focus on retaining this memory? And your mind will, if you choose to restrain your emotions, you'll forget. And that's why so much of the manga right now has been Kazuya literally forgetting shit. Right? Seriously, think about it. How many times have you just seen Kazuya just forget shit because he's suppressing his emotions? Right? He spends almost the entire living together, almost all of Hawaiians, suppressing his emotions. Ever since chapter 218, he's suppressing his emotions. He's literally forgetting who Chizuru is. And that's why you believe Minnie. So much of it is a lot of the readers, just like Kazuya, suppressing their emotions. So they forget who Chizuru is. It literally left their mind because they're so busy getting trapped by these feelings that they're trying to restrain that they can't retain things. You go to the date, you'll see this exactly. When you're going through the date, what happens with Kazuya? He's literally not seeing the thing he was thinking about seeing. He's literally forgetting the things that she's saying. She told him things and he just forgot them. Because he's so busy restraining his emotions, right? It's literally memory loss. And that memory loss falls perfectly in line with time travel. Because when you time travel, what if you erased a part of your memory or something? It gets erased or something like that, right? You have to erase certain things for them to be different. So there's memory loss, right? When you restrain your emotions, when you lose who you are, when you're depressed, when you're grieving, you forget things. So much of this is dealing with memory loss and amnesia because so much of that has to do also with identity. Right? Everything has to do with identity. So losing your memory as a byproduct of restraining your emotions, losing who you are, grieving, depression, it connects directly to loss of character and who you are and your identity. Kingdom Hearts 2 does something incredibly similar. Kingdom Hearts 2's entire motif is amnesia. So we're going to get into Kingdom Hearts 2 soon. And in Kingdom Hearts 2, you start by literally you don't remember things. And that's why I'm not starting with Chain of Memories. Chain of Memories is literally all about these memories you're going to lose. So Kingdom Hearts 2 is literally written so that you start with Kingdom Hearts 2 right after 1. And you're supposed to be confused. And every single character has amnesia and identity crises. And every single one of them, there's literally these things they introduce in Kingdom Hearts 2 called nobodies. And they literally don't have a heart. And they want a heart because they think a heart will define their identity. Think of them like Ruka. And literally the entire story is these characters who feel like they have so much heart and feelings being told that they're empty and husks and they have no feelings at all. Everybody around you forgot who you are. They don't remember you. They don't who the fuck is this guy? Or sorry, no. They're just we forgot you and we remembered you afterwards. Right? Winnie the Pooh literally forgets you. We have an entire arc with Winnie the Pooh in Kingdom Hearts 1. He literally forgets who the fuck you are. He's like, hello, somebody I don't know. And it's so fucking weird. And literally the moment he remembers you, he starts remembering his identity, who he is, what he wanted, what he lost. So amnesia is inherently connected to identity because your memories define who you are. So Kazuya forgetting things, forgetting who he is, directly ties to this theme of amnesia, to this theme of identity because he doesn't know who he is. It fits together. It rhymes like a poem. Look at me quoting George Lucas. Look at me quoting George Lucas. I don't know if he will hit the low next volume. I think there's more to go before he breaks. No, I do think Reishi doesn't want to stall the low too long. He's been hitting us with non-stop hits. So I do think it's going to happen soon. I do think so. I think it's going to happen soon. He's been hitting us non-stop. And he knows eventually, like, the readers will exhaust. He is at a really good point right now. He's at a really good, how can you go lower than 218? I feel like the only way you could get would be Ruka getting her wish and Kazuya guilting hit its climax. No. That's not how you hit a low. You hit an emotional low. 218 is kind of a physical low. 218 is kind of like a physical low. If in a sense. Now you hit an emotional low because suddenly 218, this unfathomable low, gets recontextualized. While you were busy feeling sad for yourself in that unfathomable low, someone else was going through a low just as, if not worse than yours. Suddenly 218 feels 10 times worse. Because while you were busy feeling sad for yourself, someone else was hurting. And you didn't help them. You made it worse, in fact. So now you take the weight of 218 and pile it on top of the current weight. That's how you sink lower. And why is this low so effective? Because you, the readers, were assholes. That's why it's so effective. See, with 218, the reason it was such a deep low is because, like, it took this thing that you loved and hurt it. Because it was essentially trying to make you feel as Kazuya felt. It hurt your emotions. Intentionally so. Now, what if these emotions that you felt so vindicated in, so validated in, you were so sure you're right, only to look yourself in the mirror and realize you were the asshole the whole fucking time. Imagine how deep this low would go. You were the dicks. You were the ones hurting this person the whole fucking time. While you were so busy feeling sad for yourself, feeling vindicated in your hatred, acting like fucking assholes, the moment your empathy goes out the fucking window when something doesn't align with what you like, suddenly you're the assholes. And there's no other way to look at it. You're the dicks. That would not only break Kazuya, it would break the readers. In so doing, it's a much, much deeper low, even if it may not immediately look like it. Kazuya's mind is fucked up at a Cloud level. Not quite. I think Cloud is worse. You know, Kazuya didn't get fucking experimented on. But there is a similar level of disassociation and trauma. Not quite the same. It is PTSD, absolutely. But it's not quite the same. I would say Cloud got a little more fucked up. Poor Cloudy boy. Poor Cloudy boy. But there is similarities, absolutely. Like, Chizuru lost everyone just as Tifa lost everyone. Kazuya is kind of like Cloud in that his identity is broken. His identity is fractured. He's doing everything for Tifa. From the very start, like just like Cloud, he was doing it all for Tifa. It was always Tifa. But in so doing, he didn't love and value himself. And just as Tifa saved Cloud, so too Chizuru is probably going to save Kazuya. His identity is fractured. And I think Chizuru knows there is a level of responsibility on her for that. And that responsibility is purely, I think, not telling him the truth about Mami. I think see, that's where I think Chizuru fucked up. Like, this is again, I'm not as hard as Chizuru as other people, but I think the place where Chizuru absolutely did fuck up is she didn't tell him about Mami. She was too, again, Chizuru's conflict is not like Kazuya's conflict. It is not about identity. It is about accepting that you might need to hurt your loved ones and that you're not in the wrong for doing so. You might need to. And that's Chizuru's journey. She needs to accept that she needs to hurt him. For him to actually get better, he needs to get hurt. You cannot shield him forever. And that is Chizuru's problem. She shielded him too much. She protected him too much. She cared too much. She was too afraid to hurt him. And that's exactly Tifa's journey. That's literally Tifa's journey. Tifa was just way too protective of Cloud. She tried to shield him as much as she could. She lied just to protect him. She cared about him very, very deeply, but that was a mistake. Because if she had opened up sooner, Sephiroth wouldn't have been able to manipulate him. It's kind of a similar thing with Kazuya, where if she had just told him how she felt, or sorry, if she had told him what she'd gone through with Mami sooner, if she had told him what was going on sooner, maybe some of this stuff could have been avoided. But these things were inevitable for both of them. It was inevitable for Cloud and it was inevitable for Tifa. Tifa couldn't control Cloud, just as Cloud had to also make his own actions. So that's kind of like a similarity you can immediately see where, yeah, Tifa and Chizuru's mistakes were, they were too kind. They were too kind. They were too caring. And they tried. It's not that they didn't try. Tifa absolutely tried. Even in the original, Tifa actively tried, but she's just really fucking scared of what's going to happen to him. She was really fucking scared of what the fuck is going to happen to him if she pushed too much. And Cloud like actively reaffirmed that, you know? Cloud actively like reaffirmed that. Every time she pushed a little too much, Cloud like started breaking and having panic attacks and doing crazy fucking shit. It was like, Jesus Christ. And then the remake triples down on this. You know, the remake triples down on this. Cloud literally turns sociopathic at one point. I'm like, holy fuck. So like, I could totally understand why Tifa is so apprehensive. And then the people around her don't make it very easy. You know, the only one she could really open up to was Aerith. You know, and I love that they recontextualized their relationship a little bit because they were friends. Even in the original, they were friends. And I love that they recontextualized that a little bit. That the only one Tifa really opened up to was Aerith. And that was so good. You know? So I think that similarity is definitely at play here. Where, yeah, that's how I believe Chizuru is fucked up. Not in the Ruka thing. The Ruka thing is not her responsibility. The problem was she didn't let Kazuya get hurt so he wouldn't get hurt worse in the future. Right? But Kazuya also needed to learn what it means that to learn what he's doing wrong. So it's both a journey for her and for him. Chizuru's journey is less about a hero's journey and more about like learning to be a parent, I guess. Right? Learning what it means to truly be a parent because she wants to be a parent. So she learns what it truly means to be a parent because she's literally placed in a parental role. Whereas Kazuya's journey, Tifa gaslit the fuck out of Cloud, but for good reason. She didn't get no. She did not gaslight him. Tifa did not gaslight him. That's not true. Tifa did not gaslight him. Tifa just played along with his story. She did not gaslight him. He gaslit himself. He literally Cloud literally tricked himself. And Tifa, afraid of what would happen, played along with his story. She just kept going with his story. And there were some validations to his story, but there were things that just weren't lining up. And she knew there were things that weren't lining up, but she didn't know what to do. She didn't gaslight him. There's a difference. Mami gaslights. Sephiroth gaslights. Chizuru and Tifa don't gaslight. That never fucking happened. They just played along with his story. He had a story and he convinced himself. And that applies to both Cloud and Kazuya. Both of them had their own stories that they convinced themselves of. And considering there's a whole theme of mental health right now and how the characters are isolated, it makes a lot of sense. Okay? So no. I don't agree with that. Tifa did not gaslight Kazuya. I don't think, if you think what Tifa did is gaslighting, you don't know what gaslighting is. That was not gaslighting. That was not gaslighting. Hell no. She just played along with his story because she cared about him. She did lie. She did not gaslight him. Tifa did fuck up, but I don't think it's solely her fault. Cloud was just fucked up too. They were both very traumatized and hurt. That was like the whole thing. They were both very deeply hurt characters. Purpose of clashing is finally talking to each other, truly face each other, and have a real human relationship. Well, that's the thing. When everything breaks, they have a new foundation they can build. Basically, what Reiji's doing right now is he needs to break their foundation. If their current foundation, if what they've built up until this point shatters, they can build something new with that. And now they're on even ground. They have a brand new foundation for each other. Again, quite literally like Steins Gate, where the characters had a broken foundation, and upon building a proper foundation with each other, they start a true relationship. Anyways. Let's see. Chizuru is no snitch. I respect that, but she's also a coward. I wouldn't say Chizuru is a coward. I hear that a lot. I disagree. I don't think Chizuru is a coward. Chizuru is not a coward. But she just doesn't want to hurt the people she loves. That doesn't mean you're a coward. You know? I could say she's a little bit more of a people pleaser, but that doesn't necessarily correlate with being a coward. Because Chizuru actually looks at herself honestly. So does Tifa. Tifa also does a little bit of self-reflecting. She's not just outright a coward, she just doesn't know how to move. I just don't agree with that. I've always heard Chizuru is a coward. Chizuru is not a fucking coward. Because a coward would be afraid of loss. She's not. She just doesn't think it's the right thing to do. Tifa is a little bit more scared, for sure. Tifa is a little bit more scared, for sure. She's afraid of loss, for sure. Whereas I think Chizuru, at this point, is a little more accepting of loss. But she just didn't know how bad it was. Varicus, the biggest Chizuru advocate of history. Johan, the biggest Chizuru advocate of today. So I'm sorry. I'm going to take that away from Varicus. It's mine. I've always been the Chizuru advocate. From day fucking one. Ayo, I've been a Chizuru advocate before Varicus was even a fucking fan. So I'm sorry. I'm going to take that away. Thank you very much. I've been a Chizuru advocate before Varicus even got into this fucking manga, my dude. Been at this shit for 6 fucking years. I'm sorry, I kind of got y'all beat. Nintendo was a bit of a Chizuru advocate too, but she's also more critical of her than I am. So I would say I'm probably the biggest Chizuru advocate. And Kazuya advocate. I'm definitely a Kazuya advocate. Like, bro, I will defend early stage Kazuya like literally, I will defend him with my heart, dude. I will jump in front of a bullet for this man. I fucking love early stage Kazuya. He's a fantastic fucking character. Current Kazuya, a little hard to defend. It's kind of a fucking mess. Kazuya, best girl, for sure. Kazuya is indeed best girl. Chizuru and Tifa also have a lot of similarities now that you mention it, but Tifa is far more open-hearted than Chizuru. Oh, no. No. Don't do that shit. Don't do that shit. Don't do that shit. I've seen this shit enough times now. They're both very open-hearted, very caring people. No. They both are. They're both incredibly open-hearted, very caring people who really, really give a shit. And Tifa has lied too. I think your mistake is looking at this in a very black and white way. Tifa just looks a certain way to you, whereas you want to see Chizuru as a liar and someone who hides more. Chizuru doesn't hide nearly as much as you think she does. She's actually incredibly open. She just bears the burden of her struggles alone. That's the difference. And Tifa has done that too to some degree. When Kazuya left Chizuru's house, we never hear his thoughts like, this is the last time I see the house, or when I leave home. We kind of heard some stuff like that. So there's a chance that Chizuru's house won't be sold. Oh, you mean his future thoughts? We actually heard a little bit of stuff like this. So there's a chance the house might go. There's a chance this house might go. He doesn't know what he did wrong. He even has some anger with Chizuru when he was drunk with Minnie. So I'm just wondering if he knows his actual flaws from Sumi before July 11th. Then why clash with Chizuru then? What would be the motivation then? The clash wouldn't happen. So you're right. How would that even work? Maybe the clash with Chizuru won't happen until later. Maybe Chizuru fights him. Which makes a lot of sense. Because Chizuru was the one who picked a fight in when they went out drinking. It feels like it's Chizuru's challenge to pick a fight with him. I think Chizuru needs to pick a fight with him, which makes a lot of sense for Chizuru's character. Kazuya's character needs to save Chizuru. Kazuya's journey is about learning to appreciate who Chizuru is and actually fucking saving her and giving a shit about her. Chizuru's conflict is she needs to get him hurt. She needs to fucking fight him. She needs to challenge his stupid ass. She literally needs to pick a fucking fight. Okay? So I think it makes sense for Chizuru to fight him. It makes a lot of sense for Chizuru to get pissed. To Chizuru to have a fight with him. Because he's being really fucking dumb and weird. And it makes a lot of sense for her to do that and not him. It feels like, from the way it looks like to you as readers, it would look like, okay, it makes a lot of sense for for Kazuya to be mad at Chizuru. It's the opposite. Chizuru should have every right to be mad at them. Kazuya is being weird. He's being inconsistent. He's not telling her what he's feeling. Every time she fucking asks, he's weird and runs off, and she thinks it's her fault. And then she realizes it's not her fucking fault. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Right? Like, she needs to kind of just snap at him a little bit. And I think that's what's going to happen. Chizuru slapping Kazuya would be a pretty picture, not going to lie. Hey, that's how their relationship started. That's how it started, bro. That's how it began. It makes so much sense to come back to that. Slap the shit out of him. It makes so much sense to come back to. That's how it started. That's chapter 1. Or no, chapter 2. Chapter 2. Chapter 1, he doesn't get. No, it was chapter 1. You're right. It was chapter 1. It was chapter 1. She slapped him in chapter 1. Yeah. He said cringe shit and she slapped him. It's funny because she liked that cringe shit. That's the funny part. She slapped him for cringe shit, but she liked that cringe shit. That's why Chizuru likes Kazuya. He can say cringe shit she didn't have the guts to do it first, and then she learned to do it later because of him. You know? She kind of didn't have the guts to say cringe shit. Like, at the beginning, Chizuru was a bit of a coward. Just a bit. But, and then Kazuya wasn't the traditional kind of coward. Now Chizuru is absolutely not a fucking coward. Whereas Kazuya is. Kazuya is absolutely the coward now, whereas Chizuru is not a coward. That like if you say like early stage Chizuru is a bit of a coward, yeah, I can see it. But she's also like pretty tough. You know, I don't think Chizuru is purely a coward. That's why I just don't agree with that. Because you have shit like what she did here. You know? Like, people love to say Chizuru is just purely a coward. And I hear that a lot. But then you go to, like... What is it? If it'll load. Wow, that worked. I cannot believe that worked. So, like, okay. So people say Chizuru is just a coward. But then you go to... What just happened? Control Z. Okay, problem fixed. You go to chapter 5. Mami's talking shit about Kazuya. What did Chizuru do? She stands up for him. In public with people she doesn't fucking know. Like, look at this girl. Hey, don't talk shit. She confronts her in front of everyone. She stands up for him. And then she leaves when Kazuya is, says, no, I am like this. But she absolutely stands up for him. So when I see stuff like that, I just don't agree with the idea that Chizuru is just purely a coward. If anything, she's not. She says things other people are way too afraid to say. So Chizuru is not a coward. It's just you saw her in Hawaiians in a very, very vulnerable time. That was the problem. And you don't really have the full context of the situation. Right? In Hawaiians, she was just very, very vulnerable. When she was dealing with her grief, she was dealing with it alone. But she wasn't like shutting him out of fear. It's just Chizuru's always dealt with her shit alone. So I just don't she's a brave coward and a pathetic Chad, just like Kazuya. A brave coward. I don't know about that. It needs one more rectification, and then I might agree to it. I just don't agree that Chizuru is a coward. She's stronger than she looks. Even Sayuri admits to it. Chizuru is much stronger than she looks. She's not just a little girl who's putting up an armor. She does wear an armor, yes, but the armor is not an armor. It's like a window. You see past that. You see who she is. So, no, I just don't agree with that. I don't think the word coward aligns well for Chizuru. I just don't agree with that. The word coward doesn't work for Chizuru. She's not a coward. Because she faces her fears constantly. She's not a coward. It just doesn't feel right. Pathetic Chad. I can kind of agree to that. I can kind of agree to her being a pathetic Chad. For sure. Brave coward. Minnie is a coward. Yes. Minnie is absolutely a fucking coward. Minnie and Mami are absolutely fucking cowards. Okay? Minnie and Mami are absolutely fucking cowards. I don't even call Ruka a coward. Like, Ruka gets scared like everyone else, but that doesn't mean she's a coward. Yeah, I don't know if I would call Ruka a coward. She cowered a little bit. She cowered a little bit, but I don't know if I would call her a coward. Chizuru and Kazuya are both oxymorons, selfless and selfish, brave and coward, pathetic and cool. I just don't see the coward part. Sumi too, she's a coward. Yes, Sumi is absolutely a coward. Yeah, Sumi's, well, Sumi is a little weird. She's a coward, but she's not a coward. She kind of like tricked herself into thinking she's a coward. Maybe that aligns a little well more with Chizuru. She tricked herself into her own bad habits, but she's not actually a coward. That makes a little more sense, right? Kazuya and Chizuru are not cowards. They tricked themselves into being cowards. There we go. Sumi's timid. Sumi is kind of a coward because, well, she tricked herself into being a coward, sorry. Because she literally uses her temperament as an excuse to be afraid when she can actually do the thing she wants to do. Therefore, she's not actually a coward. Mami is 100% a fucking coward. She straight up admits it. She's a fucking coward. Minnie is also a fucking coward. Chizuru is not a coward. I just really adamantly disagree with that. If you say Chizuru is someone who tricked herself into thinking she's a coward, absolutely. If you tell me Chizuru is someone who tricked herself into thinking she's a coward, okay, I can kind of agree to that, right? She's not a coward, but she definitely tricked herself into thinking she is. That makes a little more sense. I can kind of agree to that. But yeah, no, Mami's a fucking coward for sure. Because look at this bitch fucking crumble the moment she gets challenged. Can't fucking hold it anymore. Look at this goddamn coward. The moment she gets challenged, falls the fuck apart. She doesn't actually have control. That's the thing, is like cowards cling to control because they're weak. Right? They're afraid of being weak. That's why you're a coward. You're afraid of being weak. Chizuru's not afraid of being weak. She's known weakness her entire life. And while she wears this, while she seemingly wears a suit of armor, as Sayuri describes, it's not that she doesn't open up. Because, for instance, Sayuri's interpretation of Chizuru isn't correct. Why? Because here, Sayuri literally contradicts herself. Let's say you don't realize. Sayuri doesn't know Chizuru as well as you think she does, despite kind of knowing Chizuru. What do I mean by this? In chapter 58, she tells Kazuya, strong, my little Chizuru. When she was small, she was quite clinging and honestly a bit of a crybaby. I absolutely can't begin to tell you how many times she cried because of the small kids in our neighborhood. Okay. Where is it? She hides her weakness by wearing her strong persona like a suit of armor. In a sense, she's truly an accomplished actress. Okay? But that's the thing. Chapter 52. Kazuya compliments her. She says thanks. And then she tells him, I'm not good enough. I lack talent. She tells him her weakness. She opens up. Then, so this is just before. It's like a few chapters before. Chapter 55. They cut this from the anime. They cut this scene from the anime. I fucking hate that they did. Thank you for the other day. When you said that I was talented. I know it's stupid, but truth be told, it made me really happy. She's literally contradicting her grandma. She's opening up. She's telling him things. She just doesn't talk about things when she doesn't believe it's necessary. That's all. It literally, Sayuri's kind of like misunderstanding. She thinks Chizuru is still her little girl. She's not still her little girl. She's a lot stronger than she thinks. And she admits that on her deathbed. She literally admits that on her deathbed. She's like, oh no, you're a lot stronger than I thought you were. Holy shit. And when Kazuya asks her, you can always talk to me about it. My parents, they aren't around anymore. Now, you'll see a little bit of how Chizuru is afraid despite opening up. But that is the antithesis of a coward. Before my grandma passes away, I wanted her to see me on the big screen. That's my dream. Is that cringe? That's her fear showing. She's afraid. She's terrified. But she still did it. That is not a coward. She told him about her dream that she thinks he would perceive as cringy. She slapped him for being cringy earlier. And here she is telling him about her dream. It's not that Chizuru just is afraid. She's just smart about who she approaches and talks to. Okay? She's just smart about how she approaches things. She only opens up to people when she gets close to them and talks to them, like a normal person would. So the problem is that Sayuri's perception of Chizuru is incorrect. And she admits that later. She's wrong. Chizuru is much stronger than she thought. And it's right there in front of you. Chizuru is not a coward. She's afraid, yes. She's fucking terrified. She still did it. Would that mean you're a coward? Right? So for instance, when we played Resident Evil 9, when we start, Grace is absolutely a fucking coward. But eventually she starts getting over her fear. Why? She started doing it for that little girl we were helping out. She literally jumped into the fucking abyss. Like there's a scene where there's this thing bursts a hole through the ground and it's literally this dark abyss. You cannot see inside. And she jumps in for that little girl. And as the story continues, she literally gets stronger and stronger for the people around. She's not afraid anymore. You literally stop hearing her stutter and hesitate. She literally, if you do third person, her posture is a little like more mature and under control, right? So she was a coward at first, but she got over it. She got a lot stronger. She still stutters a little bit, but that's just in situations where she doesn't know what to do, but she's no fucking coward. Grace's journey is about overcoming her fear, and Leon's is about overcoming his past, which is his fear. The entire journey is about overcoming your fear. Leon's journey is about overcoming the fear that he can't save anybody. Leon's past is his fear. He's afraid of reenacting the past. He's afraid of making the same mistakes, of not being able to save anybody. It's also still fear. Leon's fear is less pronounced because he's such a fucking badass in the field, but he's absolutely also terrified. That's why the bad ending sucks so much, because his journey is about saving everyone, including himself. He's afraid he cannot confront his past. He's afraid he cannot save these people. He's afraid he's a failure. That's Leon's journey. And so the ending in the end sucks because he fails. But the whole idea is that he can trust this person and not fail, just as he needed to trust his past. That his past self is not a failure. Leon's journey is also about fear. It's just framed around his past. It's still fear. Both journeys are about fear, but a different kind of fear. Whereas Leon is empowering to you, he himself is a mess. He's literally physically falling apart despite being so physically strong. Whereas Grace is physically weaker than Leon, she is in a lot of ways is becoming more capable for those exact reasons. She's more emotionally capable than Leon. But anyways, back to Chizuru, what I was trying to highlight to you is literally that she's not a coward. She is afraid, but she faces that fear every single fucking day. She faces the fear every single fucking day. And Kazuya knows she's stronger than him, but just because she's stronger than him in that respect, it doesn't mean she doesn't have weaknesses. Everyone does. Just as Leon is a total fucking badass who can literally kill a licker with his goddamn dump truck of an ass, so too is he also kind of weak and emotionally vulnerable. He's like physically weaker too. He's a very emotionally vulnerable person who wants to help other people and hides that behind his one-liners. Right? Leon's strength hides his internal weakness because he's internally kind of vulnerable. He's a little scared. He's very emotionally timid and cares a lot about other people around him. And he just disguises that behind his experience, his one-liners, and his sociopathic murdering of zombies. But he actually really fucking cares. Chizuru is kind of the same way. She is emotionally strong, she's physically strong, but she's also still has weaknesses. And that's the problem. Kazuya's forgotten those weaknesses. That doesn't mean she's a coward. Kazuya is kind of a coward a little bit, but more so because he's like Sumi, he's convinced himself he's a coward. He's actually a lot stronger than he looks, right? Kazuya at the start of the series is not really a coward. Yeah, he's scared. And he keeps shit bottled in, but he used to let it out. In fact, Chizuru kind of looked like a coward in comparison. But she wasn't a coward. She was a lot tougher than she looked. There were times where she was kind of cowardish. Absolutely. There were times where she was kind of cowardish, for sure. Right? She hid things. She didn't see certain things. But she tried not to let those things define her. She doesn't want to be a coward. Nor is she trying to let herself be a coward. She's literally actively overcoming these things. That's just why I just don't agree. It's like, yeah, they have coward-like tendencies, but that doesn't mean they're a coward. Just as, like, she's not a tsundere. Chizuru's not a tsundere. She has tsundere-like tendencies, but she's not a fucking tsundere. Right? So I don't know. I just don't agree with that. That's just my belief. Someone wrote something. Chizuru worked as a rental girlfriend, a job that requires constant emotional labor and carries a high risk of social stigma just to fund her acting classes. A coward doesn't put themselves through that kind of public and private scrutiny for a dream that might never happen. Cook. Goku over here fucking cooking. I'm going to call you Goku because I don't like your Twitch name. I'm going to call you Goku because I don't like your Twitch name, Goku. I know. That's what I'm saying. Oh my god. Yeah, way to cook. That's a good read. Chizuru worked as a rental girlfriend, a job that requires constant emotional labor and carries a high risk of social stigma that's just to fund her acting classes. A coward does not put themselves through this kind of public and private scrutiny for a dream that may never happen. That's not a coward. A coward does not embrace their dreams like Chizuru does. A coward would be too afraid to. They would not act. They would not do something. Chizuru actively pursued a dream that others would think is cringy and stupid. That others would laugh at. A dream that seems silly and childish. And yet not only does she say it out loud, she actively pursues it. No matter what the cost, no matter who hates her, no matter who judges her, she pursued it. That in itself is incredibly impressive. Call me Kakarot. Goku wouldn't want that. But she does get like afraid with family, mostly because she questions if she's doing the right thing, you know? Like she's worried with Sayuri because she doesn't know if it's the right thing to do. And the argument she raises is completely valid. She's on her fucking deathbed, dude. Why the hell should I tell her? What about your feelings? Oh, well, shit. There we go. right? And so finding a middle ground between her feelings and what to do was the correct choice. But yeah, no, I just don't agree that Chizuru's a coward. It just doesn't click with her character. She's not a coward. She may look like a coward. She may do cowardice things sometimes. That does not mean she's a coward. This little shitter. Oh yeah, this is a coward. Look at this coward. Look at this little fucker hiding herself in pride. Look at her hiding. Look at her hiding. Look at where she fucking hides. Look at what she fucking does. Look at her giving excuses. Look at her fucking lying. Look at her not taking any responsibility for any of her fucking feelings and giving it all to Kazuya. That's a fucking coward. What kind of an asshole would think that making her grandma happy is childish and stupid? Have you like interacted with the modern world? There's a lot of assholes, bro. There's a lot of assholes. A lot of people would say very cringy shit. Oh, your dream is to make your grandma smile by becoming an actress. Ha, how silly. You'd never succeed. There's a lot of mean people, man. Jaws is raging in secret when calling Mami a coward. Damn it. How dare I call my favorite waifu a coward? No, I think he appreciates her for her cowardice. But no, Chizuru's dream would definitely, it's when people get emotional about something others would not perceive as mature, some people would think it's cringy and stupid, for sure. People are too afraid to be vulnerable and emotional about like things like that, especially in modern society. We put on the mask of being kind, but the moment something doesn't align with our perception, we can turn into assholes very quickly. The reason Chizuru being vulnerable here is so scary is exactly that. Often people use vulnerability. Just being vulnerable is something a lot of people abuse. Like I saw this person like write this thing. Let me see if I can pull it up. And I've never agreed more in my life. Let me see if I can find it. The anime manga community is so unbelievably performative about the health and well-being of the authors and workers in the industry. As soon as the manga goes on hiatus, it doesn't match our perception of what we consider good, or the animation in a show is not perfect as they want it to be, all human empathy goes out the window. They become narcissistic sociopaths with no level of kindness, respect for others, no respect for others, other human beings, wishing death upon them. I added my own part here. I'm saying LARPing about quality LARPing about quality when they wouldn't know it if it walked into the room like Leon S. plus Kennedy dropping one-liners and brain blasting zombies with main character syndrome. Why the fuck did I write that? Why the fuck did I write that? I'm so fucking Resident Evil pilled, bro. I'm so Resident Evil pilled. I'm so done. I'm so fucking dumb, bro. I'm so Resident Evil pilled. Story over animation. Go tell that to One Punch Man. Go tell that to any action anime that's just pure fucking crazy action. Every time. Every fucking time. No, the unfortunate truth is that a lot of people prefer visuals. They tell you they prefer story, but oftentimes they'll only appreciate it if the visuals complement the kind of story they would consider to be good storytelling. It has to be mature, adult, etc., etc. So many people are incredibly dismissive. They claim to understand what good storytelling is. Vinland Saga changed fighting shows for me. I mean, I like the line, I have no enemies. I do like that. I don't know if it changed anything for me, to be honest. I don't know if it changed anything for me. I already had the perception I did of a lot of fighting anime, but like, I'm gonna be real, there's things in like Demon Slayer that I kind of like a little more in certain aspects. I especially like Tanjiro as a character. I think Tanjiro is such a fantastic fucking character, and he doesn't get like any credit for it because he appears so generic, but he's actually like such a good boy. Like some of the things he says, like, god damn. Way to cook, my dude. He's such a good fucking boy. Well, that's the thing. What's his name? I think Vinland Saga isn't inherently correct. And I think the show knows that. It is true, we don't have any enemies. It's true, we should try avoid fighting, but it is stupid to not fight at all. At some point we have to fight. And we have to try. And I think the show knows that. It's probably building towards that in its later stories where he is going to have to fight in some way, shape, or form, whether he likes it or not, because that is the nature of the world. There are times where we have to fight. It's not about like, there is senseless fighting, absolutely, but that there's fighting where you have to protect what really matters. Fighting to protect is, I think, what the show is trying to build to. But that's just what I believe. I haven't read the manga, so I wouldn't know, but I could kind of feel it. I could definitely kind of feel it, that's where the direction of the manga was going to go, where, no, there is absolutely times where you have to fight. The answer is not simply just pacifism. Pacifism is not going to solve all our problems. Sometimes we gotta fucking fight. Did you know Dragon Ball Super is returning? I heard about it, yeah. I heard they're making like a weird sequel thingamajig. Challenging his resolution. Correct. Everything in life is somewhere in the middle. That's just kind of how it goes. Okay. So I'm gonna check Twitter one last time, see if there's anything else. And then I might take a break and then do Kingdom Hearts. I'll see. I'm sorry. I gotta share this. Oh, this shit had me chuckling. Baki characters be like, it's so true. It's so true. It's so fucking true. It's so fucking true. This is exactly what Baki characters look like. This is exactly what fucking Baki characters look like, bro. It's so fucking true. It's so fucking true. I'm in shambles, my brother. I'm in fucking shambles. It's so true. Bro. I'm in goddamn shambles. It's so true. Okay. Oh yeah, we haven't read Varicus yet. I'll read only Varicus. Yeah, Jaws is first. This is an amazing 2 weeks for Mami fans. Okay, Jaws is first. If only Chizuru knew that Kazuya went through it, I bet she wouldn't want to still waiting to make things official. Hope this art, blah, blah, blah. Don't care about that. Sorry. Selling the house for the future family. No. Yeah. Varicus write anything? Ugh, AI colorings. Gross. Varicus. Okay. All in all, decent reaction from Kazuya here. He's aware of the precarious situation he is in, but he didn't freak out too much. This isn't over yet, though, and closing the door, while understandably certainly didn't help. Yes, Mami seems to be trying to seduce him. He was clear that they can't go further, and that he loves Chizuru. At least verbally, this is setting the right boundaries. Mami explains her feelings to Kazuya at least a little bit. She acknowledges that she tried to break them up and that she was annoyed when she and Kazuya's new girlfriend. She also tells him that Chizuru said at Hawaiians that Mami must be feeling something for him and to be so obsessed with him. Mami also used hen for weird here, which looks similar to the kanji for koi, for love. Chizuru also already used this at Hawaiians. She didn't go into detail about what she did to Chizuru. So Kazuya still doesn't know about that. I think it's quite brilliant for Mami to ask Kazuya what he thinks her feelings are. After telling him how she felt, she lets him decide whether this is love or just an obsession. Not only is he forced to think about how she feels about him, he can also compare what Mami feels for him to what he feels for Chizuru. Kazuya is not... Well, that's one way to look at it. He's looking at it purely from Kazuya's perspective, not also the fact that Mami is giving up her autonomy to Kazuya and letting him decide, which in of itself is fucked up. Let's see. Kazuya is not used to being the one to make decisions. He never even considered that he could take a look at Chizuru's feelings and decide whether they are love or not. Ooh, that's a good way of looking at this. Yet Mami seems to ask him for that decision because she also doesn't want to be the one to decide. Okay, so then what is also the pitch right here? So then we also pitch in here, right? What do you think? Does Mami still love Kazuya? If not, what do you think her feelings are? Oh, and regarding Chizuru, is she going to sell the house now? She seems to have cleared the place out. Where's she going? Red bean bun. Oh, and regarding Chizuru's house, it always been the plan to sell. She had pushed it off when they lost their apartments. When she is going, who knows? But I'll bet if the next time to Minnie and Kazuya, I think she's moving right there. Kind of doubt it. That's too convenient. Man, something about Chizuru having her childhood home be so empty really left me feeling the same. She's clearly doing something reckless and isn't letting anyone know about it for frankly baffling reasons. Well, she already said she was going to sell the house. It's not really that crazy. She already said she was going to sell the house. The situation with Mami in the car is proceeding pretty much as expected. She's moving as I said she was moving. She's trying to clear up her feelings in a pretty straightforward manner, but with a bit of a classic Japanese indication that are known for, oh, the back of the car is pretty erotic, huh? You think I still love you? But there's a small nod to chapter 81, which is the scene where Kazuya falls onto Chizuru in the Ferris wheel. A situation where Chizuru, the very consummate professional, tries to make sure Kazuya feels comfortable and give him a space to make next... No. That's not what this is a reference to. No. Once again, we get the same situation, but a different... That's a weird one to look at. I don't know if this would be the same. No, that's not the same situation. Hell no. Once again, we get the same situation but different approach from Mami, just like last week's. No, this is not what this is a reference to. This is a reference to chapter 240, chapter 248, and when Kazuya was in Chizuru's home. That's what this is a reference to, or when they were stuck in the shed. Once again, we get the same situation but different approach from Mami, just like last week's, not to the beach where she was genuinely not able to find her earrings, but now she's like the opposite of Chizuru in the situation where she's pressuring Kazuya instead of allowing him to have his own space. For me, it's kind of showing how Chizuru's approach falls flat, yet is comforting, and also critiques Mami's approach as perhaps too heavy-handed, but will get a result in one way or another. That's not... Am I crazy? Or is everyone just fucking forgetting what Mami did? Am I crazy, or is everyone just forgetting what Mami did? It's like they erased it from their minds. It's like people just erased what Mami did and how she's in a position of power and they have a power dynamic. Am I crazy? It's like all people are seeing here is just love. That's it. That's all they give a shit about. Just love. Love, 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 love. That's fucking it. Just lovity, 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 buffety, buffety. Bibbity, bobbity, motherfucking lovity. She's selling the house to move on. She snatched $1 million to work a humble family. Now she's selling her childhood home. This woman is horrendous. What the fuck are you on about? What the fuck are you on about? Who the fuck are you? Have you even read this manga? What the fuck are you on about? Who are you? Snatched 1 million yen. Pfft. The fuck is this man on about? People will just make up their own fucking narratives wherever they goddamn go. So childish. It's her fucking family home, and no, she didn't take anybody's money. She didn't snatch anything from him. He's the one who kept renting her. He's the one who kept paying her. She's the one who kept saying, "Stop paying me." She's the one who tried to pay him back every fucking time. So why are we pretending she just took his money? Huh, it's almost like you sound like exactly like Mami, the delusional idiot who is literally just admitting in this chapter how she's jealous and making shit up to split them up. Oh, look, you sound exactly like the character who's judging a girl for her job. Oh, look, you're no different. How fascinating. They're all the same. Delusional ass takes. Okay, so we're going to read what this user said. And I think I'll make this the last thing for now. I'll take a break and then come back for Kingdom Hearts later. Deval, that's what it was. Kazuya doesn't know everything Chizuru did behind the scenes to protect him from Mami, and that could become a big deal later in the story. Some people really forget what Mami has actually done. I mean, yeah, I've been saying this the whole time. I've been literally saying this the whole time. Okay. Just a little more, huh? Cover illustration, more angelic now, just like this. Close it, getting hit on. Am I being invited out? I can't help imagining. React somehow. Present. Trying to break us up. What do you think? Am I still echoing all right? Noisy mob, closed room complete. Son of a bitch. Okay. So that's why he closed it. Maybe her big reaction when Kazuya spoke up, that partly because she was being hit on, that kind of body. Well, it's not impossible. She was probably being invited out. So I actually think Mami was lying about being hit on. Mostly because it sounds very probable. I think that was an excuse for him to close the door. That's the obvious guess, lol. And then she reacted. Remember that time? Kazuya's mind and body are busy. Kazuya did well bringing up the topic here. That's not something the old Mami-chan would ever say, lol. Totally that kind of vibe. Well, I guess that kind. Will the kiss be enough? Oh yeah, that's right. Chizuru things happen in the car. is this going to be like the response from the night with her? But then she just declares it outright. Well, it's probably easier to say Ruka-chan than to her. This Mami-chan is probably just a shadow, but it kind of looks like blood, lol. And then the narration started. I wonder how far she'll go with this. Is this news to Kazuya? She's going to ask Kazuya that directly. That's a really awkward question to answer. From Kazuya's perspective up until now, he hasn't thought about it at all, or so he believes. But given the situation and what she said, how Kazuya rethinks things will be key point on answering this. She was asked the opposite question before, but does that count as having answered it? And then this question. If Kazuya answered something like, I think I might like her, how will Asami act from here? Will she go from the I'll make him like me route or give up? The old Mami would have gone from the former, calculating, pursuing, but with the current Mami, it's hard to tell. There's still parts I haven't quite grasped yet. Even so, last time she casually mentioned going along with things, that this time she said she's troubled. And she's asking Kazuya directly. It looks so different from Chizuru's approach. Chizuru doesn't talk about why she's troubled, doesn't say where she's stuck, and tries to figure it out alone. So she keeps sinking deeper. No, she literally told him, what are you on about? She literally told him all this shit. Okay, wow. Wowie zowie. Asking someone is usually the best thing to do in these situations, so Mami-chan's approach is more reasonable in action, but asking that question is kind of weird in its own way. After the investigation itself, Mami-chan probably finds an answer faster, but the one who can really come up with a satisfying answer is Chizuru, who can scrutinize things, right? Well, it depends on the person, and Chizuru does end up getting advice to help them other ways. It's hard to say. Meanwhile, the family home I saw once is completely empty now. We did plan to live there for a while, but once we were already trying to clean it out and there's no need to live there anymore, I guess this is just how it ends up. This makes me wonder why Chizuru's new place, though. What on earth is it? Even the TV is gone. It feels like everything needed has already been moved out, though I doubt she'd actually get rid of the TV, which means she's already decided on a new place. I'm curious. Preview title, Anman. Is she going to eat it? But it feels abrupt. Also, it doesn't feel like Anman season anymore. Maybe that's the story starts with Kazuya and Mami-chan escaping for a bit, then eating Anman. She probably won't start saying things like it feels like Anman though. So Kazuya gets invited. They're in a closed room. They're happening inside and outside, and then Mami-chan drops a meaningful comment. Kazuya speaks plainly, but then comes to a forbidden question. How will Kazuya answer? Is Chizuru's new place close to Kazuya's? Curious about all this. Let's push through another week. Yeah. I don't know. People were saying like what Chizuru's doing is reckless, but she already said she was doing this. Why is that reckless to people? I just don't get that. Holy crap. Why are people writing me essays? Okay. So yeah, I didn't read a lot of stuff today. I'm just kind of on the mood. But I already talked a little bit about this chapter. I'll read some comments and then I'll call it for now, and then I'll come back later to keep going with Kingdom Hearts, because I'm gonna see if I can like finish it today. We're gonna see if I can like finish it today. Hopefully I can. I'm almost done with the Hades Cup. I made sure to leave Hades and the Rock Titan, so you guys can like see me do that. And then we still got to do Kurtziza, Phantom, and then the mysterious figure, or the enigmatic man. So there's still a few decent bosses I need to do. RE1, are you going to start? After I finish Kingdom Hearts. Once I finish Kingdom Hearts, I'll start RE1. I think this was true, because you could see genuine surprise and shock when he snuck up on her. So it really did seem like there was something she worried about. Those guys approaching her again? Huh. Okay, I guess maybe there's some truth to it. But she's still using it as an excuse. You know, I think she still used it as an excuse, because that's kind of what Mami does. It's like something does in fact happen to her, but she uses it as an excuse. So there is truth. Those guys were hitting on her. You're correct. I do think that was true. It doesn't change the fact that she also might have used it as an excuse. I think both are true, which would make perfect sense, because what I've been describing, they're literally both a victim and they're victimizing themselves. So Mami both being someone that these guys hit on and using that as an excuse to get the door shut, well, that makes a lot of sense. You know, it makes a decent amount of sense. So I could totally see that. It's both. It makes sense for it to be both. Okay, so yeah, I think I'll call it for now. Definitely used it as an excuse to cling on to him. For sure. Yeah, see? So, like, it can absolutely be true, but it's still an excuse, much like how Mami uses her family situation as an excuse to validate her actions. That's literally the basis for Mami's character. She uses her trauma as an excuse to validate her action. So we will have to see. Okay. So see you guys later. I'll be back in a little bit. We'll talk a little more about this. Maybe I'll write something. We'll see. So yeah, take care. See you guys later. Take care. And be back for Kingdom Hearts in a little bit. Bye-bye.